pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kelly, will you do a roll call, please?
Ms. Hewer? Ms. Patchen? Here. Mr. Akowski?
Here.
Mr. Singh?
Here.
Mr. Zoll?
Here.
Ms. Gadsden? Here. Mr. Wade?
Present. Anne Marie, will you review the fire exits?
The fire exits are in the back of the LGI.
All right, so I need a motion to appoint a board member to fill the vacant seats, and then we'll read the resolution.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Anthony.
All right. So I have to read the whole thing?
Please.
Be it resolved that the Board of Ed hereby appoints
We
Kristen...
didn't appoint anybody
Hold
yet
on. We need to make a motion to appoint.
nominate.
Correct.
Oh. Really? Okay.
Yes.
I'll make an appointment to nominate Kristen Flynn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Comments or questions?
I'm nominating her. I think she'll be a good addition. I think the decision's been very hard. I think all the candidates have a lot of strong points. One of the things that has stuck me over the months with Kristen is that she has a unique perspective. To this day, I feel that one of the turning points of one of our old meetings was when we kept advocating for a certain point with the board. We kept saying it wasn't personal, and she pointed out that it is personal. It is our kids. So I think she'll be a great addition to the board.
Great. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Can we do a roll call, Kelly?
I have a question. Don't we have other nominees for this position?
I think they
We
nominate
do.
them one at a time.
We would not. We're doing the nominations, and then once we vote on her, we would do another nomination.
But when we
We have
would
to
be
nominate.
we'd be
the public.
nominating possibly a number of people,
Right, and
and then
whoever-
voting on it. So you're calling for a vote when there might be another nomination.
Well, we are, but we're going to probably ask for other nominations.
Because there's two seats, I was going to do the nomination for the one. If there was any other nominations, I was going to do it with the second one. Because someone can nominate more than the two.
We have.
Well, Kristen was nominated, so we would say, is there a motion for any other nominees, right? And then we'll be voting for them, right?
I was going to do that with the second one because we have two seats. So we have two seats to fill. There could be more than three people. So if we had one, what, you want to do all the nominations first?
And then go through each one?
Well, how is the process supposed to go?
I asked, and it said that you can nominate, do a motion to nominate one. You could then vote on that, and then when you do the second one, you'd have to ask if there are any other candidates.
So you're going to do the potential of other candidates for the second one,
With the nomination of the second
with the
one.
nomination of the second. So if there were other people that you wanted to nominate, you would have to wait for the second slot in order
Well, this
to
is
do
just one nomination.
Right.
We're going to hear other nominations, I'm assuming, because there's more than one seat.
I think what he's saying is that we should put all the nominations up first and then vote on them so that this way it's equally yoked rather than, because what if you get enough for the first person and then you get enough for the second person, there isn't room, I think what Mike is trying to say, for the third and the fourth nomination. Is that what he's
Right,
saying?
well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm
So you want to
saying.
hold off on the vote? We could do that, that's fine. So the
I
one
would-
nomination was Kristen.
I want to make a nomination for John Greason.
Second?
Comments or questions?
I thought that John's presentation was, it was very good. I thought that he said a lot of stuff. He's now a stay-at-home dad. He can commit to what the needs are of the district. He found that more involvement that would impact the schools. He believes Beacon is headed in the right direction with community listening, transparency. His vision was to build on the progress, ultimately about the kids. And I think that, when we look at what we do, I think it's really about the kids. He said a slew of stuff, but I think it spoke for itself.
Any other comments? Is there any other nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Frank Bug.
Second.
Comments or questions?
Frank has been involved for a long time, since I've been involved with attending board meetings, very active, participating. He's always been had a good message and been clear about what his thoughts are. He's got a lot of experience, and I think will bring a lot of good breadth to the board and focus on diversity, as I think something that we've been talking about and that we need.
Any other comments? Any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Craig Wolf.
Second.
Comments or questions?
I nominate Craig because I thought he made a very good case for him being on the board. He's retired, he has the time to put into it, he has a background in journalism, he knows a lot about education through that. He had a great vision of what Beacon is now and a positive vision for Beacon in the future.
Any other comments? Any other nominations? Meredith, who seconded Craig?
Kenya.
Okay, hearing no other nominations, we'll do a vote for the 4 nominations. One was Kristen Flynn, one was John, one was Frank, and one was Craig. So first, I did, Mr. Kristen, yeah. The first is Kristen Flynn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Can we do a roll call, please, Kelly?
Ms. Hewer,
In favor.
Ms. Patchen,
Opposed.
Mr. Rakowski,
In favor?
Mr. Singh,
In favor.
Mr. Zoff,
In favor.
Mrs. Gadsden,
Opposed.
Mr. Waite.
In favor. We need to vote for John Greasing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
I think that was 2.
Just a roll call to make sure it's
Sure.
straight. Mhm.
Ms. Hewer,
Opposed.
Ms. Patchen,
Yes.
Mr. Rakowski,
Opposed?
Mr. Singh,
Opposed with regret.
Mr. Zoff,
Opposed.
Mrs. Gadsden,
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Opposed. For Mr. Boggs, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
That was 1 yes. For Mr. Wolf, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Second.
Carried unanimously. All right, Kristen and Mr. Wolf, please come on down. Hold on 1 second, I jumped the gun. Just hold on 1 second. So we need to do the resolutions. Now, Anthony.
Okay, be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby appoints Kristen Flynn to the vacant board seat as a result of the resignation of Jose Munoz, effective upon taking the oath of office and terminating on May 16, 2017.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Sorry,
Need a
comments or
second.
questions? I need a second first.
Second.
So Anthony first, Meredith second. Any comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. The second resolution, Anthony?
Be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby appoints Craig Wolf to the vacant board seat as a result of the resignation of Frank Garnett, effective upon taking the oath of office and terminating on May 16, 2017.
Any second?
Second.
Anthony and then Kenya. Comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now you may come down.
Now we can clap.
Kristen, you can come right up here. Kelly's going to come around. She's going to do the swearing in. Yeah, you're good right there. You can back over.
Raise your right hand.
I do hereby solemnly swear or affirm
I do hereby solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support
the
Constitution
Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
of the State of New York
of the State of New York
as board member
as board member
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
of the City School District
of the City School District
of the City of Beacon,
of the City of Beacon,
County of Dutchess,
County of Dutchess,
and State of New York.
and State of New York.
Congratulations. Ms. Roll.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do hereby solemnly swear or affirm
I do hereby solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
of the State of New
of
York
the State of New York
as a board member
as a board member
of the Board of Education
of the Board of Education
of the City School District
of the City School District
of the City of Beacon,
of the City of Beacon,
County of Dutchess,
County of Dutchess,
and State of New York.
and State of New York.
Craig, for tonight, you're going to sit next to Anthony.
You gonna put me at the end of the table next time?
I don't know, I have to reduce seating assignments there, Anthony. All right, so our first workshop is we're going to discuss goals for the Board of Education. So I would like to open it up to that discussion. Hold on a second. I know that I apologize, Kristen and Craig. I hope that you can follow up. Please feel free to chime in, even though you may not have the background information. I'm sure you have some goals that you would want for the Board of Education, so please feel free to chime in on the discussion. I know it's tough not having some of the prior knowledge. All right, so who would like to start the discussion about creating some board goals?
I'd like to start off by just saying that my understanding of the board goals, based on how we've done in the past, and may be different from some of the other board members. I don't think anybody really discussed what a board goal is. But in the past, a board goal has been a goal that the board itself looks at for what it's about them, how they operate and their procedures. It's different than a district goal. A district goal is something that we aspire to have the district achieve. And a superintendent goal is typically tied to the district goal because you want the superintendent to drive the district goals. A board goal is more along the lines of how we as a unit want to operate. So I took a look at some of these goals, and some of these goals they're great, but they're more appropriate for district goals than they are for board goals. That was the only thing I just wanted to say.
So what would be an example of one versus the other?
Well, an example of a board goal would be hire a qualified superintendent as expediently as possible. In other words, that's something that's definitely within our wheelhouse. Another one would be to attend workshops and symposiums that are related to board operation. Another one might be to focus on policies as opposed to the operation aspect of the district. Or reduce the meetings by 50%. Those are all board goals. A district goal might be something such as reduce the dropout rate, enhance the art and music programs, improve the standardized test scores. Those are things that are more district oriented versus board oriented.
Can I chime in? I just went to my NISPA training this weekend, so I'm feeling very fresh with ideas. And I agree with you that you can sort of divide them in that way, that the board goals can drive the district goals.
Yes.
And so I think it would be okay to talk about both tonight. I don't know.
That's what I was hoping, that we could start with board goals and then go into
We can
district goals.
label them, we can sort of divide them.
Right. I guess my only concern about the district goals is we haven't seen the vision yet, and I really don't want to get too far into the district goals without seeing the input. both from the external groups as well as the meetings that were done in-house.
When you say vision, do you mean from HYA, or do you mean?
No. Not
what
the
Celia
superintendent,
started?
but yeah, right, the meetings we had here, the one also the outside parent groups had as well, the school bus. To me, discussing the district goals without looking at the feedback from the vision is ignoring that feedback. And I'd rather not focus on district goals until we've at least seen that. I mean, I had asked for that at the last meeting. I wasn't concerned about it as long as we were discussing board goals, because the board goals don't have to be tied in quite as strictly with the district goals.
Can I chime in?
You're a board member.
I think that I really appreciate that approach. There is a lot of overlap between people who are presently on the board and who attended both of those workshops. So, and I also think one of the things that we learned in the one that we did was about finding out about everyone's ideas and then how you bring them together. And so it would be really interesting to hear, I think, for the public to hear the board's perspective about their goals for the district, and then how do we join those two? So I don't think one should be dependent necessarily on the other.
As long as we don't adopt goals tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So which one should we do first? District goals or board goals?
I guess whatever you have as a goal, and then we'll separate it out like Meredith suggested, what category it falls under.
Okay, so one proposed goal, and then Bill even mentioned it, was we're going to seek out and hire a new superintendent. That's got to be, that is what I would think is a good board goal. Bill, give me the answer.
And I actually, as a little addendum to that, I think that part of the hiring process should be examining what our expectations are going to be for the superintendent's first year, and how we're going to measure that progress, and how we're going to relay feedback and work with the superintendent.
One that I had is establish a line of communication, establish a line of community response that ensues cohesiveness amongst the BOE members. So right now we're answering back in a manner in which sometimes doesn't align itself, and it can cause, not that your personal opinion isn't what matters, but sometimes prematurely, without knowing the facts, things are answered, and then all of a sudden other board members that have more information relative to that situation now has to answer behind you, and then it looks like you just answered prematurely when you pretty much just answered what you knew. So this whole answering process of emails needs to be figured out, in my opinion. It's not something that we were used to doing. It definitely is something that is new, and sometimes it's answered prematurely.
I'm a little confused. Do you mean when we're trying to get information from the central office, or?
Well, no, that's like something that's new. In terms of, like, we receive emails back, so we're all a lot of times CC'd on emails, and so when we're CC'd on the emails, some people answer back right away. That person may not be, I'll speak to myself, I may not be as savvy in it, so what I tend to do is say, this is my response. However, if Anthony is CC'd on there as well, I'll say, Anthony, add your 2 cents. So we had a situation where he was more knowledgeable, right, in a situation. You agree or not?
That I'm more knowledgeable?
No, absolutely not. In that particular subject area, which is very important.
Yes.
Okay. So in that particular subject area, he was more knowledgeable than I was. However, the person was addressing myself and Anthony. So what I did was I addressed them and then deferred to Anthony for his expertise. Sometimes questions are answered to the community. They get that answer and they go with it. Then all of a sudden, someone else answers, someone else answers, someone else answers, and they all differ. And technically, it's not done intentionally, but it's just not accurate information that sometimes filters out.
So do you mean if someone from the public emailed the board with a question?
Yeah, that's an example. That would be an example.
So-
Or an issue or a need. You know what I mean? It's not really, we're answering because we want to be responsive, I think, and I think everybody tries to chime in. However, your chime may not be heavily weighted if it doesn't have the content in which the person really meet. So sometimes we need to defer to somebody who has an answer. So Anthony will answer sometimes and say, based on this, he'll answer for the board. I think there was when someone came to you with something, he was like, I hope I answered it right, or something like that. And Anthony kind of said, no, you were on key, or I'll answer this from here, Meredith. It was something like that, some dialogue. Not following me?
No.
I'm trying to think of the specific example.
I don't want
you're
to
talking
give
about,
up
but
credit, because
obviously-
not everybody knows.
So it sounds like one of the goals, in order to listen to that and take it to think about it at just a slightly higher level, would be really that the board needs to establish really I don't call it a protocol or agree on the process in order to effectively communicate amongst each other and also with the public. So that's I think one of the things that the board retreat was going to look to try to tie up. But so that could be maybe what the goal.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about the word cohesiveness, but if the board wants to talk about a protocol, that's fine, as long as I retain my individuality and I answer as truthfully as I respond as a public servant, and preserve my First Amendment right.
You're looking at me, so does that mean you're answering my question, or you feel like I'm trying to violate your First Amendment right?
No, it's your goal, so I'm talking to you. Is that your
Right,
intent
so
to
I
establish a
think that-
protocol as long as it doesn't do that?
Yeah, I mean, we're here to discuss it, take it apart, rip it apart.
Yeah.
I'm not really hard fast on the wording, but I am hard fast on the concept. That there needs to be an established protocol in response to the community, because right now, sometimes things don't flow out the way it should. So in no way, form, or fashion am I trying to infringe upon your First Amendment rights. It's not what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
I'm trying to effectively
And
communicate.
I'm fine with that proposal. Because I mean, even when the public comes up to you on the street, you say you will answer to the best of your ability, and that's what I've been trying to do as well.
I wasn't talking to you, Anthony. If it was
No, I'm
really
saying
personal.
I'm not saying I'm not. Don't feel like I'm arguing with you. I'm not. I was just trying to figure out what exactly this is, what the wording is on this.
I think Mike helped me in saying.
I tried to put it in
that's
language
protocol.
as you guys were talking, so I
Right.
said enhance communication amongst board members by developing a process and procedure for talking to the community and school community. Is that capturing what you're asking for?
Yeah, whether it's process, procedure, or protocol.
Right, I think it's the same.
Right,
concept.
I think that's might include both.
Right.
I was just trying to capture the general theme of it. The one for the search for the superintendent, I said to facilitate and assist HOIA with the hiring process of the new superintendent. Is everybody okay with that language?
Yep.
I think we're all in agreement that we need to have a goal to superintendent search. Is everyone okay with that language, or do you want to adjust it more?
So I made a proposal to reestablish trust with the parents and the community through addressing feelings of disenfranchisement. I'm not sure that's a word, and suspicion.
So how will we go about obtaining that? That's the only thing. Is
Well,
we're
it's a
developing
goal.
goals.
So it's a goal. So if you want to talk about nuts and bolts, maybe we should. I had proposed at one point that each board member should pick a PTO and go to their meetings. Get feedback from the parents that way. I had also proposed that perhaps if there was a lot of time left, that maybe parents can come back a second time to speak at the mic, something like that. But the goal itself is the wording that I proposed is something that we would aim for, and then we'd have to work out the nuts and bolts, how I get that done.
I have a similar goal. I don't know if we mesh it together, but develop a system to ensure community participation for full service supports for families, students, and teachers. So I don't know if we could mix them, if they're on two separate, blocks.
I think in general, community outreach, would go far in both of those directions. I don't think they're so different.
What I had for community involvement was the BOE would continue to educate community members to improve and understand district needs.
I like
Something
that.
like that.
I think that says it.
Anthony, what do you think? Since it
Sure.
started out with you.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I mean, I was honing on the word trust, but I mean, I think everything else is in there.
So is it the way Anthony wrote it is fine, or you want to utilize some of yours with this?
I'm flexible.
Okay.
Anybody
What did
else?
Anybody say something similar?
Anthony's word.
Could you read it back, please?
Sure. The BOE, the Beacon Board of Education, will continue to educate community members to improve and understand district needs.
Really, it's missing an element of tying in tying in the community and transparency and establishing a relationship.
Engagement also.
Engagement.
I think we should have the word engagement.
So, yeah, it's missing that piece of it.
So instead of educate, maybe put the word engage. The Beacon Board of Education will continue to engage community members to improve and understand the district needs.
I don't know if the word continues, but we should maybe pick it up a notch. Well, what do I mean? I mean, again, like I said, so that would be the goal, to increase our engagement. And then how we do it, again, would be, do we, like, for example, we had the Spirit Beacon Day, right? There was nothing to give out. There was, we didn't have shifts. We didn't, hardly anybody came by. What do we do? Could we improve that? Could we, give some of that? Can we have more available stuff? Could we hold parent workshops and have a conversation? Do we set up coffee hours? I don't know. Those are the nuts and bolts. What I'm saying is, though, the goal is this. Then we have a discussion on how to get it done. So I would increase engagement, not continue engagement.
Well, one of the things you have to be careful with any goal is we need a way of measuring it.
Right.
And we need some sort of, I'm not quite sure, a measurable part of the goal. For example, if you want to increase parent engagement, it's like, well, how do you measure parent engagement now? How much do we want to increase it? Do we want to double it? Do we want to increase it by 10%? You need something concrete. If we just say increase parent engagement, it's like, what does that mean? What's our base right now, and how much further do we want to go? So, for example, you could say, increase parent engagement by having 5, workshops where parents are invited. And then if you had the 5 workshops, and assuming parents come, you could say, okay, we've offered the opportunity for parents to come. I mean, you need something to measure. So we have to decide as part of the goal, what's the thing we want to measure, and then what's our improvement? How are we increasing or decreasing, or whatever the thing is that we want?
So I'm a little confused. Should we decide the measure with the goal?
Well, that's part of the goal.
Or should we decide the goal and then discuss how we're going to measure it?
Right. For example, if I were to say a district goal is to improve the dropout rate, that's not enough. How much do we want to improve? How much do we want to reduce dropout?
Okay.
That would become the goal. So and of course there's an obvious way of measuring the dropout rate. So that's an easy one. But if you're going to say something like improve parent engagement, how do we know what current parent engagement is? And so we assume it's not great, which is why we want to improve it. But how do we know that we have improved it? That's got to be part of the goal.
Okay.
So we had, go ahead.
No, I was going to piggyback on.
No, because we had mentioned before that we wanted to start to, before this board was actually formed, that I had said something about having cake and coffee or something like that, so that the community members could come out and meet us and get to know us. So it was like a meet and greet. So I think suggesting something like that, maybe 3 times a year or 2 times a year, we could build on that based on what kind of feedback we get from the community. Maybe it will foster into more than just a meet and greet. Maybe it'll foster into
Right.
a
So,
lunch.
for example, if the goal was to have the board meet the community more often, have the community get to know more about the individual board members or the board as a whole, as the goal, have 5, 3, 4, 5 meet and greets, and then if you've done that, you said the goal has been met. I mean, just an example.
It might help to understand this as goals, objectives, and strategies.
Yeah.
Very often in discussions like this, a goal is thought of as the broad target, and the strategies are how you get there, and the objectives are where you can quantify it if applicable. I think that may help.
So as a result of this meeting, we'll get some of the high level ideas, right? And then it sounds like we'll be able to go off and then be prepared to come back with some other finer detail.
Strategies and objectives.
Or we're not looking to hash it all out tonight, right?
I don't think we're gonna.
Yeah, so you have some of the high view things tonight that would help us go and then provide some of the detail along the lines that you're thinking, which is correct.
Well, it's hard because if we need to establish 3 or 4 broad goals, then we could go back and start thinking about and going out to how we're going to obtain them and get those objectives and benchmarks to
Right.
meet the goals.
So who had this, who had, the DOE was that your idea? Whose idea was it?
Well, it's-
Continue.
It's an amalgamation.
Yeah, it
So
kind of
say-
splintered into two different things.
So say your initial so that we could.
My initial was to reestablish trust with the parents and the community through addressing feelings of disenfranchisement and suspicion. That translated into engagement, and I think that's where
So engage the
But
community.
but Anthony's wording was still kind of part of what I said, and then the engagement part was the second part, or in itself its own goal.
So it sounds to me like what it ended up sort of landing on was to increase engagement with the community in order to build trust through meetings or opportunities outside of the formal structure of a board meeting. So these are very restricted and limit conversation. There seems to be a goal of having more fluid, open communication and connection in order to build trust. And so the goal is to engage the community outside the structure of board meetings.
He's right.
That sounds good to me.
This is good. So far, we have like a superintendent. Have to get a superintendent. We talked about a goal where the board communicating, amongst itself. Then the next one was from board to the community, right? Some kind of goal there, and then maybe board to administration. Might be something there. A goal on those lines.
Yeah.
And then my final one would be. We have to learn how to recognize and celebrate successes, because that's the only way we're really going to be able to keep ourselves going, right? And
The other goal that I had too, it was just opposite, was to something with the policies and ensuring that the policies are getting updated and so forth. I know the policy committee is working on a plan to start updating, but having a record of it. So I agree with you, we need to celebrate successes, but I also know that the policies pretty rough shape, to say the least.
Yeah, but that was one of my goals too, is the policy. We really need to get those.
We're trying.
Yeah, oh, I know you are.
So I just want to go back. So the last one that we were trying to fine tune, if you could just read that so I can have it.
So I'll start with the first one that was discussed, to facilitate and assist HYA with the hiring process of the new superintendent. And number 2 was enhance communication amongst board members by developing a process and/or procedure for talking to community and the school community. And the last one was to increase community engagement through outside avenues to increase public participation. Is that,
And build trust. I think that was speaking to it.
where did you have that at the end?
I
had something about.
had it, and it was right in here.
So let me read it again. You can tell me where you want it. To increase community engagement through outside avenues to increase public participation.
And I think you said something about establishing trust.
And build trust, yeah, establish trust.
So go back a little. Start from the beginning.
To increase community engagement through outside avenues.
To establish outside the structure of board.
Yeah, outside the structure,
meetings,
the formal structure of board meetings.
I was writing down some words, increase engagement with community to establish trust outside the structure of Board of Ed meetings, but I was just taking little
Yeah, no, that
snippets
sounds-
of what you were
Yeah, to
saying.
build trust. It
Yeah.
ends with to build trust.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I really have it, I just was writing words down. So about increase engagement with community to establish trust outside the structure of a board meeting, like somewhere.
I would
in between or
reverse it,
something.
so I would
think
say
it was-
to increase community engagement outside the structure, the formal structure of board meetings, and with the goal to improve communication and trust. If you ask me again, I'll say it in a totally different way. So just keep making it more confusing.
Got it.
Sure.
And I like Mike's idea of celebrating successes, which is something that George and I discussed. Celebrating the students that don't always are the A students, but celebrating the minor things, the accomplishments within the classrooms, holding assemblies for those students that you know, with a little bit more push, they probably can excel into the next category. So I think sports is always, you know, it's always glorified sports, but sometimes students are not very sporty. And so having that extra support in assembly and bringing them out is a good thing. So I agree with that, if that's where you were headed with that.
Yes.
Well,
Sometimes you have to
my only
see-
question is, how does that relate to the board? I think the way you're suggesting it is great, but that's to me at the school level. The board is not the one. I mean, I thought you was more along the lines of where the board would be the one encouraging it. Like, for example, at one of our meetings at a workshop, we might have a student come in who's done something nice. You know, I mean, that's something the board's under the board's control. If it's a something that's being done at the school, that's not really the
I
board.
think we should bring it here. I think
Okay,
that the students come here all the time and provide us with presentations. There are things like, you know, Liam, like he's getting all this, you know, he's getting all this applause from outside, and we appreciate his accomplishments. So I think as a board, we need to acknowledge that to him and say that. But then there are other people, again, who are not as, you know, talented as Liam, and they deserve our recognition as well. So maybe we can come up with some ideas and concepts that can give back. This is only my idea. It doesn't mean it has to go into play, but I think that it would do well in the district. It would boost the morale of the students and let them know that we really care. You know what I mean?
I just want to make sure it was something that the board itself could control.
Yeah.
And, I mean, and along those lines, like Kenya and I have had this discussion, you know, students, you know, receive like athletic awards, academic awards, but there's some students who may not have strong academic skills, but are showing great, you know, promise in other areas. Maybe there's something like, you know, with the music or the art or something that they can be recognized for as well. You know, that's something that we're talking about.
So I guess maybe to rephrase it to, at the board level, to try to recognize more students in an equitable way.
I think what Mike
Or
said
even
so
accomplishments
great.
of the district. I mean, even with the steps that the district, we, the board, have overcome, we've done something, something to celebrate, or the district has achieved something, you know. It
Got a
could
new
be
electric
anything.
sign down to
The electric sign is
The electric
here.
sign
We should
is
celebrate
there.
that. That's great.
Well, and this is, not to put a negative spin on it, but that's also an opportunity to look at how it went, look at how the process to get there went, and improve the process through that. You know, I think it is good to look back and see what you have accomplished, and then analyze the way you accomplished it, and see if you would have done it a little bit differently if you were to do it again.
So how does that read back now?
Celebrate the accomplishments of the district and all of its stakeholders by, I didn't get by.
Teachers, students,
hosting.
staff.
However you can do it. Seek, you have to,
Through board
sometimes you have to
initiatives?
seek
Yeah,
out.
board initiatives. Or hosting board initiatives twice a year or something like that. You can start out like that. Again, you want to start small so you can attain the goal, and then you build on it as you see the need.
Might be started as an agenda item, you know, or there could be started on our board comments.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was going to say, that could be something as small as board comments, which I think would be great. I think it's, in setting goals, in my experience, it's important to set goals that are realistic, that you can actually attain. So I think board comments would be a great place to begin.
Okay. I would like to
I got one more.
propose combining at least 2 or 3, number 2 and number 3, or getting rid of number 2, because we have 2 for communication, which was enhancing communication to which we could just develop a process or a procedure of how we're going to communicate. I don't think that has to be a goal.
I agree.
I just thought as a name.
But it can be combined with that.
I'm asking.
I think we can't have too many goals about communication.
There's 2 out of the 4, so that's
Well,
why I was
that was the
asking to get rid
process.
of.
That's fine. I mean, are we limited by the number of
We
goals?
shouldn't.
but
We
we-
shouldn't have
want
more
it.
than 4.
Only so many before you start to just not. You can't pay.
3
can't
is
do that.
typical, and
3 to 4 maybe.
most
After
have.
that, it's.
But
But some of them are easy. Some of them are like already in play, and some of them are more tangible to reach. Some of them require more discussion. So, like HYA working to get a superintendent, you know, that's already a more tangible. We already have that process in place. you know, the train has already left the station, you know, that's our goal, is to finish the destination of this train.
Is everybody okay with removing the one about the communication amongst us and just developing?
Well,
I think
we
she was
set
saying not
date
to.
as to when it's going to be established, because again, May, June, July, August, September, like we wait in here, we still don't have a process.
Right.
So that's a problem for me. So
Are we
when-
talking about goal number 2 right now?
Yeah, the process and protocol. So again, I don't mind, as long as we set a date as to when we're going to set that up.
I think with 5 new board members, that's not a bad goal to have.
I like the goal, this, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, I mean, I don't think more than 3 is gonna kill us. I mean, in fact, what I was gonna throw on there too was something, you know, softball here is, you know, get a student ex officio board member.
Yeah, that was on my list.
So,
But I kind of feel like we're already are in the process of that as well.
Yeah,
With the
yeah.
full
Which-
policy.
which is why-
Check it off the
Yeah,
list.
it's
Don't
a
you
good
guys
one.
do
Then
your
we can
list?
celebrate.
Always put something on that you've already done.
I feel
It hasn't,
like
it hasn't,
we're
it hasn't
years
happened
ago.
yet.
Not done yet.
It's not done. And it's sort of been at this place for a really long time, so I don't think.
Well, it can't be done because we have to vote in May.
oh yeah.
Right, but there are steps, I mean, we've sort of, May came around last year and it wasn't on the ballot, but we weren't so, in such a different place than we are right now, right?
But we already said we wanted it on the ballot like 5 board meetings ago.
Correct. Is there anything we need to do other than say that to make
You know,
it?
it's just really strict
'cause the
policy
rule-
stuff on how we would want to have the student board member chosen.
Yeah,
So
so,
does that
we
policy
have-
need to be written?
Well, we actually at the last policy meeting, Georgia talked about that. We got pretty far.
and then we have, then we have a resolution, and then a proposition that goes on the ballot, so that all that has to
Again,
be
it's
approved by
something
the
that's a
board.
work in progress. It
Well,
can't be
that's
attained.
right.
But
So,
it's the same as hiring superintendent. I mean, it's a softball as opposed to a hardball. I mean, you got to throw them. It's an easy goal to reach. It's not going to kill us to have it on the docket.
I'm fine with it. I don't think it's easy, but I'm fine with leaving it.
I'm optimistic.
And,
No, I have nothing to say.
So celebrating the successes and then adding a student. Because I didn't get the word into all of what Mike suggested. Celebrating the successes and then there's supposed to be a pause to end that, right?
Say that again?
Mike started out.
I just want to celebrate. I mean,
Right, so
seek
he
out
was
and celebrate
He
successes.
said celebrating the successes, then there was something else added on to that, and then we need to bring it to closure.
Celebrate the accomplishment of the district and all of its stakeholders through Board of Ed initiatives.
And so we're gonna have 2 of those, or we're gonna have 3 of those board initiatives? Like, I think if you set a standard
We don't have to come up with the nuts and bolts.
tonight.
Tonight.
Oh, just
Yeah.
the big
Come up with
picture.
the broad picture.
Okay.
What about one goal I think we should have is on diversity. We've talked quite a bit about it, and so whatever the wording is.
That's probably more of a district goal if you want, if you're
It
looking
is.
for more diversity in hiring, for example. It's not really a board goal in terms of something, it's something we would ask of our administrators.
No, I disagree, actually.
It
Because
starts
if
with
that
us.
was the case, we wouldn't be approving the appointments. If it was the district's job, then we wouldn't have any say in the whole thing.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not going to approve something
Yeah.
for anything to do with.
No, but the board can give, can weigh in on it. And I mean, we did comment on the district plan we asked, and we try to include more diversity. It's something that we can do, it's something within our own power that we can influence.
Why not? Why not improving people?
No, I think he
Right, I don't know
misspoke.
what he's
I
saying.
think that was, he was saying that the board is a part of the process we complete the process of appointing people. Part of that would be asking the questions of what were the steps that were taken? How is diversity, how is seeking a diverse pool of candidates accomplished? And then we would be the ones who would set the tone for our expectations, and then that would inform how the administrators go about finding a pool of candidates and hiring people. So we are setting the tone. We're saying, go there, and they're going to work with us to figure out how we get there. And then we get to ask questions and say, how did you go about doing this? And that, by putting it as a board goal, we're saying, we're putting it on the table as, this will be something that matters to us and something that we will ask you about.
I
I think I actually had two diversity subjects in my goals. One was improving the hiring process, and we're sort of in the process of working on that, but I think to have that, in stone a little bit more, I think would be great, and that certainly would be included there, that we're making sure that we're reaching out to, all the different places we would need to get a diverse pool of candidates. And then I also had, the diversity committee, we're going to talk about that a little bit later, but that we would take the results of sort of the data search that we want to do and make some goals regarding disproportionality in our district, and looking at how, because we approve the student code of conduct, right? So we could rewrite the student code of conduct. I'm not suggesting we do that in the next few months, but once we have looked at what's going on in our district and have a clear picture of what's going on, I would think unless we're perfect, in which case we want to call CNN and just get them over here. But most likely what we'll find is that there's room for improvement and sort of decide, help the district. I mean, in that sense, it is a district goal, but guide the district in how we want to move forward in amending that.
I think this should be one of our goals, to establish a formal diversity policy and protocols. That would sum it up for now.
Or to actually put it in the policy and create procedure. Because there's no policy on diversity currently, so Georgia, is there any?
Could that be a goal of the diversity committee?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be a board goal, it really needs to be something related to something we have in action. I mean, so if as a board we're interested in improving diversity among the faculty and staff of the district, for example, and it's like our goals would be something along the lines of work on the work together with administrators on the hiring policy to make sure that the hiring policy does not discriminate and we're reaching as large a pool of candidates as possible. I mean, that would be something we could measure. We know we've done that.
Yeah.
Or another thing is the board will form a diversity committee to look into why are we not getting enough candidates, minority candidates. Why is that? Those are the kind of things that the board can actively get involved in. And then that way we can say, oh, we've done it, or we haven't done it.
Yeah, so it would be something above the committee, but it would be at the board. Like I said.
Yeah.
So it would be a board goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The work of the committee would inform the board.
Board. Okay.
So it'll be a committee.
It would be a committee. It would be the committee's job to present something to the board, and the board to weigh in and put forward.
Which I think in a way, we can't necessarily set the goal until we have the information.
Well, I think those are the goals.
You can.
Those are the
Well,
goals.
to get information, to get information is the first goal. To sort of understand what is going on.
But you can say, I want to run a 7-minute mile, and that's my goal, before you've ever run a mile. And then once you get the information about, I actually can only run a 15-minute mile, then that's when you make the plan of how you achieve the 7-minute mile.
Right.
So I think that you can set it as a board goal.
So
and
we
then
want a district where, we have a diverse staff and a student population that is, everyone has the same opportunity to learn. But I feel that through the diversity committee, we may find that that is not the case. And then we have to adjust, we have to create a better situation through initiatives. I mean, and that's where it's sort of getting to the nuts and bolts of it.
Yeah, well, there's
But I mean, we're
definition.
supposed to try to achieve the goal. So you're saying is that, so that if step one is if we think is part of the solution is to form a diversity committee to look into, is there a reason why we're not getting enough minority candidates? Or if we are, is there a reason why we're not hiring them? And it could be very legitimate reasons for both. And then to come back, it's like, okay, here's the reasons why we're not getting a diverse pool. Okay, our goal is still to get diversity, so how can we change the perceptions? So if they're not even, are we not reaching out to them? B, are they're getting the information but they don't want to work here? And if so, why? And those are the kind of things we can, I mean, so it could be a multi-year goal. It's probably not going to be a one-year goal. But, unless something comes back and just say, oh, the whole reason why, the diversity committee looked out there and said, well, guess what? There is no more than 10% minority in the pool no matter what. You've reached out to them all, but there's only 10%, so there's no way you're going to get above that amount. But you're still always looking for reasons why you want to reduce the reasons why you're not making your goals.
I'd like to propose that we just treat this as a draft list, and that as we go through the strategies and milestones, some of them may shake out, some of them may grow. So let's just leave it on there as part of this draft list, and then I get into nuts and bolts.
I would say let's not make it a draft list for too long, because at some point in time, if it's draft, that means you're not really working on it. I mean, you're not going to. At some point, we need to have a solid list of goals and start working.
Oh yeah.
on
So,
the
and then that's what I'm saying. When we go through the next phases of how we're going to accomplish these goals, some of them may drop out. Yeah.
To be replaced by something else.
No, I'm not saying that.
So one of the other goals that I had was an achievement that the Beacon City School District Board of Ed will stay abreast of the Common Core Learning Standard implementation, student performance, and support our district and building goals. So I thought that would give up a line of expectation for the district to then bring us some goals, as well as the building level administration to have some goals for their buildings as well.
Do you mean outside the Common Core or in line with the Common Core objectives?
I think that the Common Core, there's so many perceptions out there about it, but to one, educate people on what the Common Core is, so, and what the implementations that the state has required us to do. But so not aligning with the Common Core implementations, but the ones that we are mandated to do through the state, but also about student performance, and then setting up and supporting our district and buildings to come up with goals as well.
So how would that not be a district goal as opposed to a board goal? I mean, what's our role in that?
We would have to stay abreast of what the state regulations are for the Common Core Learning Standards and the implementations, such as the testing. Like I know last year they got away from Pearson and they went to another company, but yet they had teachers through New York State, and we could have sent teachers up to Albany to be part of developing the questions for the test questions. So now, if they're developing the questions, we could have made an initiative for the district administration to, hey, recruit some teachers to send them to be part of this.
But isn't that what our administrators should be doing? I mean,
they would develop that goal. So I'm saying to come up with a goal that encompasses, so the district would create the goals as well as the building administration.
I still would say I think that's either a district goal or a superintendent's goal. Something that I mean, because it's not really in our wheelhouse to actually do that. It's the superintendent curriculum is the one that's supposed to be keeping abreast of all of the changes at the state level. I mean, we can certainly be aware of it, but we're not going to, for us to know all of the ins and outs of everything. You might know it just because you are an educator, but it's very difficult for a layperson to either understand or actually know everything there is about educational law. It is something you expect of your administrators.
I'm not saying educational law, but there are some decisions that the board makes at a local level that sometimes the public isn't aware of why we're making those decisions, and it's because some of it is state mandated to it and some of it is local control. So there is some local control that we need to stay abreast of in developing as to what we can do at the local level, and then the state has some mandates that we have to do. So we need, as board members, to stay abreast of those issues so we know if we can make that local decision to not go along with it or to go along with it.
So there's going to be workshops available for us to attend, because those of us who are not.
Ms. Bowie has them.
I mean, that's something I would expect my administrators to keep me abreast of. If there's something where the administrators are going to be making a local decision that requires board input or board approval, I would expect them to be letting us know.
And I'm just saying, for instance, Beacon has taken the path in the past to go and get all the modules off of Engage New York. And they would print out these packets, send them home for math and ELA. Whereas the perception was that, hey, this is a state mandate, we have to do it. Well, it was never a state mandate. It was local control. We could have went and got it through a text company and had the same standards be addressed. So that's something that if I was on the board at that time, when they were saying that they were going to go with the modules, I would have been saying, well, it's not state mandated. It doesn't, they recommended that the districts use the modules in Engage New York, but it wasn't a mandate. The local district could determine not to use Engage New York and go with publishers if they wanted.
Right, but would that normally be the board's decision as to who to go with, or would that still something the administrators would make that decision?
I
We
actually
approve
think
textbooks and so forth.
I think that what you're talking about, I think what gets confusing is that you're talking about state mandates, but what fits as a board goal is to really understand on a local level, maximize local control over curriculum, or I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but it seems like you have these two things together. One thing is understanding the state mandates, which there could be a committee and sort of a common discussion around that. The other is really understanding what can happen on a local level and make it a board goal to maximize what is within our local control. Does that make sense?
I actually really agree with that. I think it's very important for the board to understand what our rights are as a local school district. So I think that's a great goal.
But do you think that Anthony, do you think those two can't be separated, that one informs the other?
I think they go as a pair,
Okay.
in my opinion, but I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to think how it would be
Yeah,
separated.
I think one of the things that's really tricky is that, like, I was on the opt-out task force, and it was so interesting to see people on the force that were like the opt-out procedure, to see the administrator understanding, which always feels like a mandate and kind of something on their to-do list because it's coming down from on top, and then kind of a layperson's understanding of the expectation. I get the sense almost that in education generally right now, there's this tension between people who are a part of the system and people who live outside of the system, and kind of understanding all the nuances, and that any good policy should be something that lay people can understand. I mean, that's generally good law and policy. And so I think that finding a way to making it a board goal to accept feedback and local control of goals would be one, and then the other is, I'm not making sense.
Yeah, Anthony, why don't we just, I don't.
I'm going to table it, and I just threw it out there. It's okay. I just think that we have a good list. I have 6 proposed goals. We did a lot.
Yours again?
Say that?
I think, do you read your
Yeah,
goal
I think it's
again?
important.
Because there was a lot of discussion about it. I'm
Yeah.
not sure where it was left.
Sure. So that the Beacon City School District Board of Ed will stay abreast of the Common Core Learning Standard implementations and student performance, and support our district and the building of goals.
I just wanted to add that I was part of the discussion when we were choosing whether to use the manual as it was written, or we could have adopted it and made changes. So I recall hearing that there was a choice, not that we had to really adopt what already existed. I heard that we had the chance to make it into our own. And so a lot of times when I went to the meetings, like with teachers, they would say, this is what we have. However, we're trying to make it into our own, because right now the way it reads or the way it teaches, it pretty much doesn't keep the students engaged. It's pretty much just like spitting out information. So I heard different, and I experienced different in terms of how we adopted it and why we adopted it versus creating it. I think there's a time restriction.
So what I'll do is I'll type up
I think it's
what
an
we
important
have,
thing to
what
keep
we've
apart.
had for the discussion, and I'll give everybody editing rights, and you can adjust it the way you want, and then we'll schedule another workshop to discuss the goals more thoroughly and come up with hopefully a plan and some goals.
What are we editing?
The ones that we talked about, I have 6 of them that we talked about, and then I'll write what I had the languages, and then you guys can edit them as you deem necessary based on the conversation.
Okay, as long as I can still see the original, I don't want,
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the way I had it. It will be attached to everything that we had.
I wanted to suggest that perhaps we should add something in here that deals with financial matters, since budget is not right on our tables at the moment, but we all know it's going to come on schedule. And looking at the discussions that occurred before and the presentations that occurred seem to be fairly tight in its in compression and time frame. And I'm wondering if there's ways that we can kind of pre-digest or do some preliminary work to get a better understanding of what's going to be happening with budgets. This includes keeping an eye on what's happening with the state, which we always have to be careful of, what's happening with our tax base, any changes that are going on there, what's happening with the state tax cap, what predictions might be expected based on the inflation rate. There's a lot of things that come together all at once, and the board has to deal with these. And I'm not ready to propose anything specific at this point because I was just thinking of it earlier during the discussion tonight. But it seems to me we should come up with some kind of strategy to be able to take up the budget issues or such of them as may be feasible at earlier stages so that our heads are set for when the details come in and we have to do the real hard budget work on fairly short notice. I'm not sure exactly how to phrase that, but maybe it would be to come up, to devise a strategy for pre-digesting budget issues in an earlier time frame. And I'd be interested in knowing what Mrs. Corderoni's thoughts are and how that might be feasible. I bet she has some ideas. And perhaps she might want to chime in on that.
We will. We'll definitely all put that down there. Okay. So I need a motion to go to executive session.
Motion to go to executive session to, do we have a special reference?
Review the employment history.
To review the employment history of a particular personnel.
And seek
And
legal.
seek legal counsel from the school attorney.
From the school attorney
From the school attorney.
and the board will return as soon as possible.
From the school attorney as soon as possible.
I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor? Other comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Agenda, what we have is a workshop by HYA. Then we're going to do a student school presentations, parent groups, teacher reports, have a public session. Anne-Marie will do her report, board comments, unfinished business, new business, and then we have the consent agenda. And then there's an addendum to the agenda, which is 15.01. Okay. All right, so Debbie, Ed, you ready? HYA?
They give you that, so they're just following along.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ed McCormick with HYA's associate at the National Search Firm. As most of you know by now, our fearless leader is Deborah Races, and she's given me the honor of the task of kicking things off. So I want to thank the board, first of all, for the support and participation in the process for developing the leadership profile report. And the ultimate reason for that is the fact that we'll come up with desired characteristics for the new superintendent. There is and I think everyone has a copy of the report. Most of you had a chance to read it, and so I'll just give a summary of it and answer any questions that you may have. Debbie will pick up when I stop and take you through some of the details and some of the interesting highlights and some of the stories behind the report. We conducted the meeting and focus groups on August 30th and September 14th, which was one process. The second process was that we had set up an online survey that was available for people in the community to answer some specific questions, which they did. 129 folks availed themselves of the online survey. About 65 met with Debbie and myself. Most of them were individually with the two of us. On the online survey, just as for your information, about 2/3 of the input was from the parents group. Parents have participated pretty heavy in the online piece of it. In the report itself, there's a separate appendix that we want to discuss today, and we'll take you through the strengths of the district, the challenges of the district, and some of the desired characteristics. From a strength standpoint, it was generally agreed that there was great community support for the district. People cared. It was a great community. They wanted the best for their schools. I thought there were some untapped resources that was here that could be made available to the school district as we move forward. When you look at the challenges, the first thing that popped up on the list, and Debbie will get into this in a little bit more detail, was that there were issues of trust and communications. So almost everything we talked about, and challenges and concerns, you can draw a string, a line back to issues of trust and the ability to communicate from one group to the next, from individual to individual, from community to school district. There is also a lot of discussions about the need to have a vision and to set priorities and goals for the district. On the desired characteristics piece of it, thought that the individual should be one that could that had the acumen to bring groups together, to be able to, matter of fact, it sort of topped the need to be a person strong in academics or curriculum. Those things, if you try to prioritize, are probably 2, 3, 4 down the list. But there was a real need to have an individual who could master the art of bringing people together and getting them on the same page in terms of direction for the district. Just a couple things. If you look at the online piece of it, the first item that popped out was the mutual trust and respect piece, and that availed itself through the online piece. The second was the listener and effectively representing the constituents within the district. Third was to have a vision. Fourth, a deep appreciation for diversity. 5, be able to recruit, evaluate, retain effective personnel staffing for the district itself. Again, I wanted to thank the people who supported us, Kelly and Anne-Marie. Everything was great. I probably found a lot of treats and a lot of desks while we were in the building. Thank you. There was but it was greatly supported. Thanks again to the board members who supported the process and participated with vitality and vigor. We certainly appreciate that. We appreciate your candor and appreciate the opportunity to put this report together. And for some more of the details as we drill down to the desired characteristics page, my colleague Debbie will take you through that.
Thank you, Ann. So just to remind everybody, the people that are not here tonight but are listening to this or will see this, is that this report will be online starting within the next couple of days, so that everything that we're talking about you can see by reading the report. So we're generally going to go through it pretty quickly, and then I'm happy to answer any questions by the board. In terms of the strengths, when we talk about consistent themes, and this is really just to help you as you think about it and read through it, just to remind you that everything is listed alphabetically. That's important to remember, so everything is done alphabetically. And also, when you see consistent themes at the beginning of this report, that means that we heard it consistently through several of the groups. Almost in every group that we heard the same when these are listed as consistent strengths. So in terms of consistent strengths, let me just point out a couple of them, including the community support and involvement, the beautiful location, your students and how proud people are of your students, and the talented, interested, and involved parents, and the dedicated faculty, staff, and administrators who are very committed to the district. And in terms of challenges, and again, these are consistent themes, to define the role of the board, that a clear vision, as Ed said, manage public expectations and roles, which we thought was an interesting one, and the need to rebuild trust, among several others that are in the report. And in terms of the desired characteristics, commitment to Beacon and longevity, certainly can understand that one. A good communicator, is honest and has integrity, proven track record of success, just to list a few. And again, take a look at the whole report because you really need to see it in the context of the whole report. And then Ed talked about the online survey. The online survey was very consistent with what we heard in the focus groups, which is always good to know. And any number that you see in terms of the people that answered the online survey, considering that it was consistent with what we heard from focus groups, so that you can extrapolate that number and say that it's rather consistent throughout the report, which is very helpful. In terms of just picking out a few, again, remember that this is alphabetical, a few consistent themes among the different groups. When we met with each board member, the strengths that they mentioned, and this is just a couple, picking out a couple, are the blended urban-suburban community, and another strength was improving graduation rates. And in terms of challenges, concerns, several board members said that there needed to be a clear vision, clear goals, accountability, benchmarks, and then you can start building on that, and could do more to tap the resources of our parent community, and need to be proactive with the communication. And in terms of desired characteristics, and again, as I keep repeating, this is just a few out of many when you read the report, but address problems without being paralyzed, I'd like to say in the next superintendent, commend people for successes, positive reinforcement and follow-through, and good people skills, PR skills, and good people skills. In terms of administrators, a strength is that there are no budget deficits, and in terms of challenges and concerns, a better understanding of the need for all children, socioeconomic, racial, special needs, ethnicity, embrace change, establish clear lines of communications with the community. And desired characteristics are for the administrators, able to build support with the public, demonstrate a record of leadership and academic growth, a team player, and transparent management skills. And in terms of the faculty, the relationship that you all have in terms of the Calico Ball and DIA, and in terms of challenges, financial cutbacks, extras have gone away, minimal AP courses, arts programs have been diminished, there's a low morale, and technology, there's initial purchases, but no plan for replacement, repair, or staff development. And in terms of desired characteristics, advocate at the local and state level for effective teaching and be approachable. And again, it's one of several that are listed. In terms of parents and community, the strengths, district can be a model for the nation. We've heard that over and over again. This is a small city district, and it could, in many ways, model the entire nation. The district has so much potential. And then in terms of challenges, the board does not allow superintendent to do his or her role, have a culture in the district that is open to parents and community ideas, and that they would really like to see more public forums. We also had an interesting discussion in several of the groups about how board meetings are organized, and we can talk about that in more detail. And uncertainty in the community about the board is changing, are they committed to continuous improvement? There's a culture of secrecy, and the use of poverty as a way to say no. In terms of desired characteristics, can bring diverse populations together, can have an open dialogue with teachers, staff, community, and the board, proactive, creative thinker, proven track record of accountability, recognizes the importance of all children. And in terms of the students, and Ed met with 9 students, The strengths are the academic programs, drama, sports, arts, and tourism, and safe community. Safe community should never be taken for granted, especially when it's said by the students. Challenges and concerns, equity in sports programs. Football gets a lot of support, lacrosse not so much. Overcome negative reputation. Seek input on students on issues directly affecting the students. And in terms of desired characteristics, students would like someone who has knowledge of Beacon, understanding of urban community, and will display pride in the schools. In terms of the support staff, the strengths, the clerical staff holds the district together, good employees who want to see the district succeed. In terms of challenges, concerns, and issues, additional staff training, that came up several times in terms of staff training from several groups. Inconsistent application of rules, again, that was one that did come up with other groups too. More accountability for both management and staff, and a need for healing. And in terms of desired characteristics, among several that they said, fair, doesn't play favorites, strong leader, decisive, doesn't micromanage, transparent management style, and will have no hidden agenda. Now let's go for just a few minutes to the draft for the board's discussion of the desired superintendents for your next superintendent. So if you take into account everything that we've talked to you about that's in the report, the desired characteristics are supposed to mirror what we've heard and what we've heard from all of you, and then to make a very broad statement. We don't want the desired characteristics to limit the people who might be interested in applying or interested in speaking to Ed and me about Beacon. So when you look at this, that's why we don't specifically talk about for example, needing to have urban experience. Because there might be somebody who's interesting for us at least to meet with who might not have urban experience, but as we take the funnel of maybe 15 to 20 people or whatever number that Ed and I are going to meet with and narrow that down, that's when we really start matching it up with all the desired characteristics. So when people go online to our HYA website and see this, you want this to give them a sense of what you're looking for, but not be too specific in terms of what you're looking for. So I am going to, if you forgive me, I'm going to read it just so that we can have the discussion and so that people watching this can understand it. So a collaborative and engaging communicator who builds trust and engenders respect through the collaborative, consistent, and transparent interactions with the board, faculty, staff, administrator, parents, and community members. Invests time and energy in building relationships with all stakeholder groups, interacts in an approachable and authentic manner with all stakeholder groups, demonstrates fairness, honesty, and integrity, is visible throughout the district and actively involved in the community, is an effective communicator who can set goals and effectively articulate a vision, has a sense of humor. An effective, insightful systems thinker who embodies the vision, mission, and values of the Beacon City Schools, establishes and implements long and short-range goal plans, holds him or herself accountable, as well as the faculty, staff, and administrators for implementing the shared goals. With regard to leadership experience and accomplishment, the successful candidate will be certified and capable of gaining certification in New York State, demonstrates its solid track record of increasing responsibilities and success. How do we do?
Great.
Do you have any questions?
Anybody
I
have
know
any
you have a
questions?
long
I do. I always do. So I think it's a lot of great work. I think some of those days were tireless, running from interviews then to public forums, which was all very good, and hopefully it was a good exercise, model for how we as a board need to, interact with the public, getting out in the public more. One of my concerns is that the statements, while they're very good, might be too broad. It's almost like a term, solving world hunger, yes, but I'm sure everybody, all other districts may have come up with similar lofty goals. Is that what you find, or what's the difference here that at Beacon than what you see in these statements at other schools?
So in terms of desired characteristics, you mean? What I just read. So, I think the difference in this one is the strategic thinking part of it, the missions part of it, the trust part of it. You know, when people read through these, there's a sort of underlying theme that comes out in this one. The underlying theme is that you think you need a healer, that you need someone who can build trust, you need someone who's approachable. So you're really looking for a real people person who can bring the district together. That's my sense. That's our sense of what came through in the desired characteristics. And if you feel the same way, I think that's the sense that we want to convey. But let me say again that when people will look at this, we will also direct people that we are recruiting to go online and look at the leadership profile report, and they'll read the whole thing, and then to talk with us. So what we want to do is really not make people feel that they aren't capable of talking with us because we're not interested in them. That's the most important thing. Did you have anything there?
Mike, when you look from district to district, hopefully the desired characteristics will reflect the themes that we heard. In some cases, academics may be an issue. Closing achievement gap would be at the top of the list, and some of the things of being an engaging personality may be at the bottom of the list. So I think this reflects what we heard, and you probably will take note that not many people talked about closing the achievement gap. I can't remember that being said once. I did hear that before we can take care of all the academic piece, we got to come together as a district and start to trust each other and start to work together on the same set of goals with the same vision. So that was so this reflects the tenor of what we heard in terms of the order, the priority we heard.
Also, the systems thinker is a little bit more unusual than what we normally hear, but we heard that over and over again as well. Goals, vision, accountability, we heard that a lot. So we wanted it to be reflected in this as well. We didn't, for example, put in needs central office experience. Again, we think that somebody does need central office experience, but you know what? Let everybody apply who thinks they might be interested, and then that's our job to see how it fits into what we're seeing.
I was going to make that a suggestion, actually, not central office, but I was thinking that, some sort of administrative experience. In other words, if a teacher would apply for the job, I personally would not look at them, just because I think you need to have demonstrated administrative experience. The only thing I would suggest changing is, under the very last bullet, demonstrates a solid track record of increasing responsibilities and success in an administrative role. That doesn't eliminate, for example, a principal or even an assistant principal, which we might consider them to be too light, but maybe they have a track record. Maybe they were, had central office experience before they moved to a principalship, and then now they want to go back. So I'm not objecting to that. I just think you need to demonstrate some sort of success in an administrative role. Otherwise, I think you're too light.
Well, and we totally agree. We can add that.
Depends what other people think.
In the end, we're not going to give you somebody who doesn't have administrative experience. So the idea is just let's see who applies. In terms of recruiting, we're not going to recruit somebody who doesn't have administrative experience.
I just don't want to waste people's time too much, and get them too long in
fair.
the process when
Okay.
if the entire board knows that we're not going to take them.
So we'll put administrative experience. You okay with that?
Up to other people too. Not just
At the end of success, you're going to put admin as.
So we'll just put demonstrates a solid track record of increasing responsibilities and success in administrative positions.
Let me ask a preliminary question. So this desired characteristics came from compiling all the data that you pulled in from the surveys and stuff like that. How many said administrative experience was? How many times was that repeated throughout the local surveys?
It had varying degrees.
Right.
I will tell you that the key word in that sentence, the key term in that sentence, Anthony, is the proven track record. We heard way more often, we want someone, don't just tell me that the person was successful, be able to demonstrate that there was a proven track record of success. There was not a strong consensus between, quite frankly, between principals, assistant superintendents, or sitting superintendents, although we did get a lot of conversation from some groups that they should have superintendent experience. So as we put those things together as part of the recruitment process, we have to try to mesh those things. Is that assistant superintendent that they have comparable experience in administration that a superintendent would have in a smaller district. So the size of the district and the duties that that person had in the district, central office, building administration, all of those things would become factors, and we will mesh them together. But the dominating theme was proven track record of success.
All right, because the reason why I'm asking, explaining this to the board is that while we could nickel and dime this thing, and I know we have the right to appoint who we want to appoint, I would like to keep this as organic as possible because this was a community effort. So I don't want us to try to start nudging things in that didn't come organically through the work. That's my concern.
I was just going to say I like it as it is, and I think that the last line that demonstrates a solid track record of increasing responsibilities and success kind of just, we know that we're looking for somebody who has at least some kind of experience in dealing with whether they have like a tremendous amount of years of experience either in a superintendent position or people who are ready to make that next step depending on what levels of experience they have. I think it's kind of all encompassing.
Yeah, just to reiterate, we do, Ed and I will be meeting with, when we start to interview people, the two of us, an hour with somebody. So by the time we finish an hour, and that's why those focus groups were so important that, all of you attended, because it really does help us to understand the district. And I hope that when you read through the whole report that you'll get a sense that we did get a good understanding of the district so that when we meet with people, we can talk about what's going on in Beacon and then try and get the best fit from all these people that we're meeting with to present to the board. And as we mentioned in every focus group, this is a confidential search. It is the first question that we're asked when we recruit people, and even when someone has applied, is it a confidential search? Because if you're one of 3 really good people and your name is public and you don't get the job, then you really are a lame duck in your district. And it doesn't matter how often you say, I was only interested in Beacon, they recruited me, it doesn't matter. People are going to question whether or not you really want to stick around. So you get much better when you recruit people. If it's not confidential, they just say, no thanks, I'm not taking that chance. So we really hope to get you a very good group of people to interview.
Any other questions? When I look at the participation numbers, very concerned about about relatively low numbers, specifically faculty participation, community and parents participation, students participation, and my concern is that I don't want to are we missing, groups or views of people that really need to be taken into account. Those are 3 big stakeholders. And so it tells me 2 things. Number one, the fact that the faculty numbers were so low, I don't know why. I don't intend to try to figure out why, but that's an indicator of something. I don't know what it is, but low participation there. Again, community, we have a very diverse community. I want to make sure we're getting a diverse representation in our interviews and feedback to put into here, and I'm concerned that maybe we're not. And then again, the students, because they've reached out and stated that they want to be more involved in these processes, yet we're pretty low. So I don't know if we should try to go and get more, go back out and try to somehow get more of the input, but it just struck me that they're very low.
So in terms of the students, Ed met with 9 students. That's a good number of students to meet with. We rarely have students fill out the online survey. but I do think that what they said is probably consistent with what you've heard. In terms of the other groups, the faculty, you know, we didn't hear, in terms of people that we interviewed and what was filled out, there was such consistency in terms of what we've heard that I think if you opened it up again, I don't think you'd get that many more. The online survey was in English and in Spanish. And I do think because there was such consistency in terms of what we heard, I think we would have liked to have had thousands of people, but there are never thousands of people that fill these things out or they come to the groups. But I do think, unless it doesn't ring true with you and what you know about the district, I think you can extrapolate these numbers.
Right, and the consistency could be because the people who responded are the types that are involved and want to
But they're not
respond.
going to, that's true.
So
That's
how
true.
do we know if we're not capturing, because like I said, we're a very diverse community, you know, how are we making sure that we're capturing, because there may be different views that we don't know, because we're not seeing it.
Mike, can I just make a comment? Do you know the groups that were interviewed, the stakeholder groups? Did you see that schedule?
I did.
We tried to get to all the different groups, and I think that from the experience that I've had over the last 18 years doing this, there's certainly been other times where boards have been concerned about the numbers. When you go out and try again, you just don't get that many more. And at this point, as long as it rings true for the moment, I mean, the big thing is the need for communication, the need for a good communication, the need to build trust, the need for someone who has a proven track record. I think we heard that over and over and over and over again. And I think if that rings true, then as Ed and I go out and start meeting with people and hopefully get a good group in front of you, it'll be a good fit. And then of course, the proof is in how the couple, the next many years, not couple, the next many years go. And, we hope that when we call you in a couple of years and talk with you, that you'll say it's going great.
And I don't know if we could probably hold it over another two months, and you would get some different folks. But the key is what Debbie just said, is that will you get a different view that leads you to a different conclusion as listed on the desired characteristic sheet. If there's a view there that we haven't captured, then by all means, this becomes the time to share that with us. If it's something that should come up later as we go through our process, we will be able to capture that information and react to it accordingly. We keep it down. So I think it's representative. It's as I said, 9 students. I flipped back through others districts with similar population size in terms of the number of students in the district. The demographics could be a little bit different, but the numbers are not that far off. You have more times than not, because it's only 2 of us, and we do it over 2 days. You can only meet so many folks. The online piece could be a little bit more, a little bit less, but the themes are so solid, so consistent. I don't see any reason, any cause to disagree with that you have at this point. There was one other point I wanted to make. I'll think of it later.
Well,
Probably too late.
Can I add one comment, which is, having only been in this seat for a matter of hours, I participated as a community member in the morning forum. And at that forum, we had 2 members of the NAACP. We had a parent who's serving on the technology committee. We had people from parents groups, people from special ed, people from the arts community. So it was a pretty broad cross-section. And I also, just in doing social research, a representative sample for a survey, you look for an N of 30, and then you can extrapolate pretty consistently from there. You're always going to have the issue of, when you release a survey, you get the people who are going to respond no matter what, you get them right away, they'll respond in the first day or two, and you usually capture most of yours like really quickly. It's very dependent on publicity and how well something was advertised. That if you want to really bump up your numbers, but 6 or how many students we have 9 for a population that we probably would exclude elementary school students. So 9 for a population at the high school and junior high is actually pretty good for getting, as long as they were recruited in a diverse way, and if Meredith can provide insight into that, then I think you can have confidence in this, especially since there was a lot of consistency.
The students, you should commend those, and they made you proud. They spent it was during the noon hour. I don't know if that was really the lunch hour or not, but it was amazing. They're not as aware and as involved in the complexities of governing the district, but their comments in terms of what was happening, what was needed, and where the gaps were spot on with that. We heard from the adults going through the process. So the point that you reminded me of, Christine, that I was trying to think of earlier was on the teachers piece of it, and I don't know how it was structured and who was doing what to whom. That wasn't our job at this point. But we talked to the leadership of the teachers. They are in this number. So Kristen just did a great job of talking about the community, both in that morning and again in the evening. So we had 2 community sessions. We had one in the morning, one in the evening. We had cross-section of staff, cross-section of teachers, leadership in both. Some people have been 2 years, some people have been 6 years, some longer, been in the district 20 years. So it was a cross-section both from a timing, a longevity standpoint, as well as the disciplines that they came from. So I think it's very representative. But if there's some gaps that we want to consider as we go forward, then by all means, please share those with us.
Thank you guys very much.
So we're all set on the desire sheet?
Yeah, and so this will go online, is that right? On your website?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Student school presentation, Mr. Archer.
Good evening. Hope everyone has a copy of our local assistance plan for the 2016-17 school year. I just want to take a few minutes and just explain the process we took, who was on our LAP team, and just some of the highlights of the plan. What we need is your approval for this plan so we can put it into action, and we can send it up to the state as well. So Sargent Elementary School, this is our 3rd year putting a LAP plan together. This year we are cited for English language art performance with our subgroups, students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged. Our LAP team met last week on Monday and Tuesday mornings. The team consisted of 4 teachers, 3 parents, Assistant Superintendent Cecilia Dancero-Rumley, and myself. Now, some of the things that the team thought Sargent does well: we have a very good PBIS program. We have excellent co-teaching, inclusion, and self-contained classes. We have a very passionate, compassionate, energetic staff and parent community, and we have great kids. areas that our lab team thought we need to work on. We need more parent engagement and communication from our subgroup parents. That's an area we thought was a big priority. Get the work and collaboration with those parents is very much needed. We need progress monitoring at Sargent. And we need literacy interventions such as Reading Plus and Max Scholar to really improve our AIS services. Some of the big actions that we plan to do this school year based on this plan: we'll create a data team. The lab team is going to ask the parents what we need to do better to communicate with them, with the hopes of increasing our literacy instruction. We're looking at common planning time practices. And again, because we're cited for ELA, we want to improve our literacy instruction and interventions. So those are the highlights of the plan. There's a lot of details in the plan itself. So, questions?
I'm wondering if on the team, any of the parents were actually parents of the subgroup.
No.
I know that it's very hard to.
We reached out to the PTO for help. Correct.
How does this plan differ from the plan from the last 2 years?
Last year, we were cited for math, and probably the big area that we talked about this year was the data team creation and to try to engage the parents a little bit differently. So that's where this differs from last year.
And who identified the barriers that needs to be addressed? Was that internally, or was that from the state?
The state determined what we were cited for, and the lab team determined what we thought were our strengths, our weaknesses, and what we need to work on.
And, sorry, one last one, then I'll relinquish the floor. I'm looking at, like, for example, some of the goals, and do you think look at by the state because they're not very specific? For example, the student attendance among certain groups, your goal is to increase attendance, but you don't say by how much. So, does the state accept that, or do they look for something a little bit more specific? Like increase it by 5% or something. Just saying it's increasing is very generic.
Yeah, we left it vague.
Brian,
generic.
may I? I'll just elaborate a little bit. So one difference with this is a local assistance plan. We are a district that's in good standing. That was a recognition granted to us with all of our overall school performances, where previously we were a focus district, which had a different level of accountability in the state accountability system. Local assistance plan districts, schools of districts that are currently in good standing have an expected local requirement to go through a self-reflection process. The actual implementation of the plan is the responsibility of ourselves as a district, and for us as a team, where we recognized, and Mr. Archer and his team talked about that while we have a lot of informal systems to measure, putting in place a data team that would begin to identify what is known at the school level and what they want to continue to monitor would be a way to build a stronger, measurable baseline, and then identify points of progress along the way. The state is not going to critique our plan because we're in a different level of accountability right now, which is a testament to the work that's happened across the district over the last few years.
I have some questions. Can we decode some of these abbreviations, please, for the benefit of those of us who are not steeped in administrative and state ad lore? You mentioned PBIS.
Yeah, that stands for Positive Behavioral Intervention Systems.
Okay. Where do we stand? Where do we stand with that? I mean, is there something that's ongoing or that you're working on? Where is that at?
Where we are at Sargent Elementary is we are in year 3 or 4 of having this. This is something that Sargent Elementary does very well.
And it's working well? You like it?
We have seen very good results from teaching our students what we want, doing it consistently, and when we see areas that we need to improve on during the school year, we make our changes.
Okay. And you talk about the need for a progress monitoring tool, and there's a couple of acronyms here, Ames, Web, and STAR. I assume these are programs you get off the shelf and you can install them. What's the status for those?
We're waiting.
Waiting? What do we need?
Need your support.
Budget?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Archer, as far as like with the data team, I'm assuming that we're already like benchmarking students in some respect and looking at that data. Is that what you're?
Sargent used to have Ames Web. We haven't had a progress monitoring tool for a few years. We do that sort of work through our RTI committee, but we could do better having a tool like this.
So there is some progress monitoring, it's just not
That's
utilized
correct.
effectively.
And for resources, you had grant money down there. Is it covered by any of the title grants, or do you mean a separate grant written?
I don't know the cost for the progress monitoring tool, but there is grant money associated with submitting this plan.
So I'm just going to ask for clarification. AimsWeb is a curriculum-based measurement tool. It's not a progress monitoring tool. You could monitor a student's progress through the curriculum-based measurements, but they have utilized that in the past, and they found that it wasn't effective because it only took the components of who was subscribed to AimsWeb, and it used that cohort. Is that correct?
I don't know that answer. I included a few examples in this plan.
So Anthony, if I'll elaborate with AimsWeb, yes, it's normed based upon the sampling of who's using the product. So there's 2 pieces with this, and this is, as I recall, Mr. Wright spoke of a few weeks ago about the need that we have for looking at our RTI, our response to intervention plan across the district. As well as looking at what specific progress monitoring tools would be most effective to do the work that we need done at this moment. So we're using right now and have been curriculum-based measures. Those are very, I'll say they fluctuate from school to school because, as you know, looking at the overall curriculum work that we have to do across the district is about standardizing what happens among and within schools. So this is
And if the district went this way with finding a curriculum-based measurement or so forth, like a STAR or an AimsWeb or a Acuity or something like that, there's tons of them out there because when the state had that local measure, a lot of districts utilize that as their pre and post test to show growth and student growth over a year and so forth. So you could utilize that data to drive instruction as well. So it could serve as multiple purposes.
And that was from the conversation that we've had administratively over the past year. And as you know, last year there was some conversation around bringing STAR 360 in to serve some of that purpose. It's just, and that's still a conversation on the table, but we've put a pause button on making that the third-party vendor for APPR because it is not a product that we know and have demonstrated results on in the district. So all of those things are all part of the overall curriculum and instruction work, and certainly will be part of the work that's in support not just for Sargent Elementary and the local assistance plan implementation, but in the larger district picture of all of our elementary schools.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I understand this report is actually late, and I am concerned that we're not getting the input from the parents to represent the target of the plan. I wanted to know, and I also would like to see something more robust. It seems there is a lot of, there does seem to be some vague goals or even some maybe misunderstanding what some of the software does and doesn't do. What happens if we don't approve the plan today?
Well, you mentioned the plan is late,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
we'd like to file it. We can't file it unless the board approves it.
Okay.
So if it needs to be amended at some point, it could be, but it needs to be filed.
Okay. So we can amend it.
Yeah, so these plans, I know that, and I have done a lot of work as being a part of a district review team, as part of a state-led team and also district-led teams in the past. These plans are and should be intended as living documents, so it's not once and done, and we put it on the shelf and we never look at it again. We do need to have it submitted to the state. That's a requirement in order to get the funding. This was part of requirements that were put out, and I can't speak to prior administrative leadership, but last May. And so it was when we submitted our funding mechanism to get the what's called the SIG-A, or the School Improvement Grant amendment money for being a local assistance district, that prompted the response that we had yet to submit the plan. And so we did some backtracking. Mr. Wright and I, with Ms. Corderoni, went through and looked at the communications with state, that came from state ed. We had to do the legwork. We got a hold of Mr. Archer, and Mr. Archer with us worked to what was a reasonable plan, because this was also not the most critical work in the first week of school. So we can certainly submit the plan, and the school level team is going to continue to work as they develop this further, and it certainly can be amended as the school team sees fit. If it's the board's concern or request for us to hold and do some more drafting of that, we can, but it will tie up the $20,000 that goes directly for sergeant's implementation activities, and another $50,000 for the overall district activities. And that's okay, but that's just the place that we're at.
So perhaps maybe, since if we agree it's a living document, in a few months, a workshop to see how we're doing with the plan, what changes, what actual data did you acquire from the parents that are the target of the plan? Is that possible?
The plan's not for the parents, though. The plan's for the students.
No, the students, yes, but in order to have the students succeed, you also have to have the parents engaged. That's what I read about this plan.
Well, there are some stopgaps built into this plan where we will have some meetings as a lab team to gauge our progress. And part of the plan was to communicate with parents to get some of their ideas about how we're doing with their kids.
Are you working with any BOCES staff with this?
There was reach out to BOCES, but they were not able to meet with us.
So they actually, when we spoke with them, don't support the development of local assistance plans. It is meant for districts in good standing. It is intended to be a self-reflection process, but they are available to us for technical
They're trying to keep up with districts with quick plans.
So how about the NYU the TAC-D folks?
We're not cited for disproportionality in special education, which is indicators for A, B, and 9 and 10. If we were, then NYU Technical Assistance Center for Disproportionality would be a resource available to us. We can participate in regional activities with them, but we're not eligible, for lack of a better word, or designated to receive direct district technical assistance.
So why is the plan late? Why is the plan late?
I learned about this a couple of weeks ago.
But the due date was July 29th.
I believe.
So who was supposed to know about it?
I believe Ms. Dancer-Rumley answered that question.
I didn't hear why it was late.
When we applied for the school improvement grants, and when we did that, we realized the plan was not filed at that time. So we worked very hard to get the plan filed.
Okay. All right. The plan has a lot of work in it. There's a lot of other things in here that can apply across all our elementary schools and not just at Sargent.
I would answer yes to that question.
Do we look at that to see if there's, pieces here that are working for Sergeant that we really should be applying across?
Yeah, so that's the work that Mr. Wright will do and continue to build off of as he identified some of those priority areas in curriculum instruction and specifically with response to intervention.
Do we have any other questions about the plan? Because it is on the motion, we can pull it and have the discussion about the approving.
Do it now or do it then? I have questions, concerns about the, the metrics and the action of how we're going to achieve, for example, the improved attendance, whether or not we're required by the state to have a goal. We need to state, what's our attendance, what do we want it to be, and how are we going to get there? Otherwise, it's not a plan.
I'm willing to approve it as long as it's, again, living document, and they can come back.
Well, I'm just saying, if we have specific questions about the plan, Mr. Archer's here to ask them. If it's discussion that we want to have about the plan, it's on as an agenda item, we can pull it and then we can discuss it at that time.
I have a question. Academic early warning system, any of those softwares or any system that you feel like could help you identify these groups before the state does?
Sergeant has a history with AIMSWeb, so if we were to poll the staff, that's what they would feel comfortable with. I don't know that that's the best program to do this.
Okay.
There seem to be a large number of these potential programs out there. People have different opinions about them. They may have different price tags. Some we know and some we don't. Where do we look at all these different programs and tools and assess them and get opinions about them, get price quotes if necessary, and see how well they fit us? How do you handle that kind of research? Or how do we do that in this district?
So we've done it in a very inconsistent and kind of ad hoc way, quite frankly. It's part of the work, as we spoke about, the need for how we reorganize and use our district-wide group of content coordinators, which represent elementary, middle school content areas and high school. It's part of the work we talked about, that we have nothing formalized, written procedurally with identifying gaps and needs in curriculum and how we go about that in a way that is consistent and going through mechanisms of identifying need, connecting it to the data, being able to speak to what gaps or needs it will fill, and then making decisions about what it takes both fiscally and instructionally. And that's part of the work that needs to happen both in the day-to-day level with the work that Mr. Wright is doing with content coordinators, but also on a systems level through my role with looking at it, creating a district-wide committee that will be able to come together to look at curriculum implementation and curriculum-based needs, so that when things come forward to you guys as a Board of Education, you know and have the background necessary to do the work.
What was the time frame for this? I mean, and given that this is a late report we're filing, and I realize that we have a lot of personnel changes, we're still looking for a superintendent, and everybody's up to their ears, but is there a way that we can expedite this a bit? What could we do to speed it up?
You mean filing the plan?
No, I mean in terms of researching what kind of
We're ready.
specifics we need, and when can we make some decisions on that? How do those decisions get made?
So I think part of what Cecilia is talking about is, so we just kind of made the changes as of July 1st, and then later on with Mr. Wright in his new position. We're already working on that district-wide. This happens to just be a time, a place and time for Sergeant. So we're doing the plan, but behind the scenes, we've already started the work that needs to get done for the software, but also for the curriculum and instruction. So we're not really waiting, we're kind of doing it. You mentioned the superintendent. Looking for a superintendent, we're not waiting for that to happen. So, we've put people in place to kind of move forward so that all this work is done, hopefully before the new superintendent gets here.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I have one question. Since this is, assuming that if we approve this and we're treating it as a living document, the audiences that were, the groups that were identified, just because, maybe the numbers might have been slightly higher at Sargent, certainly are groups that would benefit from a little more attention and outreach from the district. What's your plan to broaden the LAP team for inclusion of economically disadvantaged, parent representation, students with disabilities, parents representation, and ELA?
Excuse me. I believe your question was how to get the parents of those subgroups involved.
No, my question is assuming that we recognize that their involvement is essential into helping their students succeed, and they were not represented on this plan. What's the plan for getting them? What are the next steps for reaching those groups?
Yeah, the plan is to create some sort of a survey or questionnaire and ask these parents what they need from us to communicate with them. I mean, we were going to ask some pretty straightforward questions.
Actually, number 7 on your plan.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get the document.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Archer.
I do have one more question.
Is it pertaining to the plan?
Yes, it is, because I don't understand the lack of common planning time. That's barrier number 2. Is this, so this is for the teacher, can you explain what that actually is, what it's for?
For the last few years, we've had different numbers of sections at grade levels and so forth. And one of the barriers that we've had, say, with our 5th grade this year, which houses inclusion classes and self-contained classes, we haven't had enough slots in our master schedule to have common planning time for all those teachers. This year, we worked our master schedule so all the teachers at the 5th grade level, the 2nd grade level, 3rd grade level, they have common planning time.
So they have time to discuss and plan their
Correct.
curriculums and all that.
Yeah, they have meeting time together, and that also means meeting time with me as well, so we can have some of these discussions.
All right, thank you.
I don't have a comment, I don't have a question, but I mean,
Can I wait until the resolution? Is it about the plan?
it's about the plan.
Is it a question about the plan, though?
It's a comment about the plan. So what happens
Can you
is...
do board comments?
This is for Mr. Archer. So I do want to
But
say...
Anthony, you could do it during board comments. We need to move on. We've had it. We've asked questions.
I would have asked it already. I would have said it already by now. So just be cautious of the survey. The folks that may not have come forward may not also answer the survey. I know at one point Ms. Oliver had suggested when I was doing some parent outreach that I may have to knock on doors. So just be careful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any parent groups? Teacher reports? Oh, parent groups, I'm sorry.
I'm Beth Pug. I'm speaking on behalf of the IEP 504 Parent Support Group. We met last week and we had a really good first meeting. We meet every third Thursday of the month during the school year. But what I wanted to, on behalf of another parent who had to leave, I wanted to mention again and have it be announced at this meeting. It was announced last board meeting that we are planning and supporting the execution of a family empowerment series, which is an 8-class series. It's over 4 weeks. It's 2 days a week. Starting October 17th, it's going to be held at the library, and it's from 10 to 2 on those days. It's going to skip Halloween week in the middle. But I just wanted to bring it up again and have we talked to Dawn Condello, and she's going to help us support it, help us get the notices on the website and distributed. But I just wanted to announce it again to make sure that everybody knows. It's a grant-funded program. It's a really special opportunity for parents and volunteers who want to be volunteer parent advocates to learn kind of the nose to tail of special education, law, processes, all of that kind of stuff. And it's a grant-funded program, so it's free, so it's a really wonderful opportunity for parents. So again, it starts October 17th. It's Mondays and Thursdays at the Beacon Library. And we'll be doing a lot of Facebook through Beacon Parents Network. It's on the Advocates website, and we'll kind of keep promoting it. But I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that and help us.
Is that class still a go, or is it still, we need enough people? Or?
We don't have enough people yet. We need 15 to make it run. I think they're up to 8, I want to say. It's also open to people outside of the district. It can be by the very. So yes, we do need to keep it up there and get enough people.
Is there a danger the class may be canceled?
Yes, there is. Yes.
When will that be decided? When will that be decided?
I don't know. So this is being run through the Putnam Independent Living Center, which is also in the same group that is in Westchester. And she hasn't given me a date for that yet. I don't know.
Anne Marie, is there a way to run it through the website through the district website that we established?
I know that there's flyers,
So-
because one of the principals asked for it to go that way.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I might be your number 9. It's just during the day, so I was hoping it would be during the evening hours. I work
Yeah,
in the city, so.
I know it's inconvenient. There was no way around that. The people who teach the classes have to do it during the day. They can't do it in the evening. We tried, and there's just no way.
I'm just trying to get the time off before
Yeah.
I answer. Like I have the email, like
Yeah.
with superstars on it, because
Yeah.
this is an interest to me.
Yeah. But anything anybody can do to help promote it, and when you see the flyers come up on Facebook, to help spread them. And you can go hold of Susanna Ludley through the email of the parent group to get an email to you to be able to forward it to anybody. It's all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other parent groups? Teacher reports? Open to the public. Suzanne? Lovely. Okay. Joan?
One very quick comment, which seems to have gotten better.
Hold up, Joan, so the mic, so when
Yeah.
you're recording it. I want everybody to hear you, even if they're not here.
Because my first comment is about hearing. While you were gone, all of your mics got moved closer to you. And it's made a huge difference, because we really would like to hear what you're saying. So if you could remember that for the next meeting, if somebody forgets to put your mics near you, just pull them up just a little closer. It makes a huge difference. Thank you. And secondly, I noticed that on the agenda, you're supposed to approve a contract tonight, or have the opportunity to, for Stephanie Harvey. That contract can mean that we spend close to $78,000. And so I'm just wondering, when you get to that, if maybe some of you will want to discuss whether there was some process that, first of all, whether there are any goals that were ever set up that this contract is meeting very specifically. Like there was something you were trying to accomplish, and this has happened because of that. And was there any way that this ever got evaluated? Or will it get evaluated this year? And thirdly, if it is something like that, has anybody gone out for bids to any other companies? I mean, we are flying these people in from somewhere. Is there some reason for all this? That's all. Thanks.
You want to answer that?
No, wait.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none. Anne Marie?
I'll make it quick too. So I just want to share that Spirit of Beacon Day was a success. That it was a beautiful day. There were a lot of people on either side of the parade and involved in the parade. So the floats were wonderful. And we had our middle school band there as well. So we had a participation and high school band, so across the district. Cecilia and I had a meeting this week with the Arts and Ed Foundation, and we met the new members, and Meredith kind of transitioning off. So one of the things we talked about was going out and saying what things went through the Arts and Ed COSER. So we did receive the list from BOCES. We have one small little discrepancy, so I have to evaluate that, but we will within the week pass the information out to the Arts and Ed Foundation and the principals so that they'll know what their credit is going forward as far as using it for field trips. On the communication piece, since we talked so much about it on the board goals, I want to say that the new website is up and running. The old website will be, its final day will be Friday. There's a little bit of confusion because if you Google search our website, you get the old website, and we have not been updating that. So we are pulling the plug on the old one. The new one will stand. Tim Fashine is working very hard to make sure everything transitions over that needs to. But in case there isn't, there'll be a little bit of work in progress. But so far, I think it's wonderful. There's pictures of children on it. It's a little bit easier to navigate. The nice part would be my second part, that several of the elementary principals started Twitter accounts, and they are pretty active. One actually figured out how to link it to the website, so I think the other two are about to do so. I myself have a Twitter account, so we've been retweeting the pictures to try to get it out there, and it's progressively getting to more and more followers. So if you want to do that, you go to the website, and there'll be a way to actually see what our names are, and then this way we're going to talk about selling the good and promoting the good things. Pictures and just little facts about what's going on every day are what we're trying to put out there. So through the website, also through Twitter. The last piece is the Facebook page. And the only problem we're having with that is everyone who tries to create it as a district Facebook page has a personal Facebook page. So it keeps limiting us as far as that's concerned. But we're close. I think that would be another avenue to just get information out and share it with the community and the parents. Mrs. Lutley had on her sheet when she was here to ask about putting students that graduated in June on the electronic sign, and she was not the only one that's asked me. So we're in the process of doing that. So it'll take a little bit of time because it's a lot of key-in, but I spoke to John Sieverding today, and his secretaries are the ones in charge of putting that out there. So we're accumulating the information. I will spread it. I will put something on the website when we're able to do that, and just the format, so that we'll leave it up for a while so that the parents of the students that graduate in June will get to see that, because that's part that they missed. I want to announce, we talked a little about vision as well. So we're going to have a vision team meeting on October 19th, and we have meetings set out for the rest of the year, which we will put on the website. The vision team and developing the vision will go into a strategic plan, and as we go forward, that will all hopefully, which will lead to then goals, and that will all kind of move through till May or June, and hopefully that will coincide when we get our new superintendent on board. And I think that's it.
All right. Board comments? Oh, I always start on that side. I'll go this side. Mike, you want to start first?
Sure. Well, no, you have no comments?
Well, I'll think about it.
I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I wasn't neglecting you, Kristen.
No, I didn't feel neglected.
Okay, first of all, celebrate success. The sign is wonderful, and I think it's the right thing to do. To specifically, we should reach out to those parents with the seniors to let them know, because they may not be looking at the website anymore to see that. So that would be a good thing. Then a question on the buses. We have put out some requested dates, trying to schedule a bus tour. So looking for your feedback as to how to efficiently schedule with Mr. Mackey, right? The bus tour.
Okay, so you have dates and wonderful, but you had mentioned that you wanted to go early in the morning to kind of a tour. I'm leaning more towards the evening. Because earlier in the morning doesn't work for the bus garage, because they're there probably earlier than you want to be there. So we have some out of district buses that go out early. Mm-hmm. So I'd rather, it would be better to do it. Mr. Mackey's actually very excited about giving you a whole presentation and tour and everything you want to know about the transportation department.
Good.
So I just want to make sure that was clear before I worked out anything with him about an evening.
Okay, and I'll discuss. I know.
Not Georgia.
Kenya.
Not Georgia. Kenya would like to go.
Kenya works better in the evening.
You really want me to go.
If it's going to be early morning, then I needed to choose specific,
Early morning will run into, so the problem with early morning is we'll run into the operations, and I didn't want to take away from that, so the evening would be
Just how late in the evening, I guess, would be the question of
Like what
when
time?
he would be able to show us up until what time?
Up until, well, he told me he's willing to work around your schedule. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to have it start at 9 o'clock at night because he's got to get up and come to work the next day.
The
But
buses, right?
All right, so I'll leave the coordination between us as to when we can schedule that.
right, if you want to email me again one more time the dates that you're available, and then as long as it's the evening, then I will work with him to set up a date.
Okay. Where do you stand with the hiring procedure? A lot of feedback, a lot of interest in making sure we have a approved procedure for hiring so that it's transparent, it's the same every time.
So we were bumped to a couple of meetings, and we're in the second meeting in October for workshop, so we'll be presenting. But because everything else kind of took precedent, we keep getting bumped out, so.
It's very important in one of our goals about transparency and communication with the with the community. So that's one of the draft goals we talked about today. So that's a very important aspect.
Okay.
So I think that it should get
Right.
high
We will be
priority.
presenting the hiring process. It's been functioning. We have all the information we've been sharing with the board. You know, the amount of candidates and all of the stats, all of the principals have been really great about doing that. We've been sharing that with all of you as part of the hiring process.
Three more things. A success, the board, we filled our 2 vacancies. We actually came up with a process. We approved it, we ran through the process, and we have new board members. So that's a celebration. We are actually getting things done. HYA, another success. They did go through the interviews and community input and put together their report, which was a major milestone. And I wanted to recognize Liam Olive. We've all got information. Liam is one of the wrestlers. He graduated this past year and he got into the New York chapter, upstate New York chapter of the National Wrestling Hall of Fame. There was an induction ceremony where he presented a certificate and inducted into the Hall of Fame with certificate signed by the Governor Andrew Cuomo. So that was a very good success. And lastly, there were some issues with knives in the school. I heard over the last week, is there any update on some of the issues that went on?
Can you be a little more specific?
I heard.
So there
okay.
are circumstances where there were 2 students found that had knives in their pockets. So I don't know how much, without getting into the whole student issue, I have to be very
We would have
careful.
to discuss in an executive session where we can discuss specifics about each student case.
Right.
If that's the information you're looking for.
Just want to know.
In general.
And if we could go, if we need to, but we'll need to at some point know the information and know what we need to do about it.
Well, I think it brings up I think your question's going to bring up a different question. So I think in my update, I talked to the board about maybe looking at a policy that they may want to look at as to a deterrent for bringing knives to school. So that would be a different conversation. But
Okay.
as far as student specific, I can't really.
Oh, I wasn't looking for
Okay.
student specific, not at all. No, I just heard there was an issue, so I wanted to know what we need to talk about. Jordan?
Okay, so the policy committee met on September 19th, and what we're trying to do as, well, I'll backtrack for a minute. What we've been doing is trying to adopt the e-policy from the School Boards Association, and we've been taking a kind of slow route to do that. So what we discussed on September 19th is we reviewed one section of the e-policy book to try to see if there was any outstanding policies in that section. And thanks to Kelly, she was able to update us on some of that, some of those policies that we actually have approved. And we do have a first reading on the agenda this evening, which is 1741 homeschool students. So what we're trying to do is adopt each section at a time. We may table some policies that we have not reviewed yet or updated, and then look at them at a later date. We also did discuss the student school board member. As I mentioned earlier, several meetings ago, we did say that we are in agreement to having a student school board member, and this will be placed in the May budget vote as one of the propositions. And then what we're looking at now as a policy is to come up with some kind of criteria and procedures on how we may choose a student. We are supposed to meet again on October 18th, but I think Mr. White just bumped us.
No.
No.
I didn't.
You didn't?
Well,
I thought we were having
the
a
retreat. It bumped us because we
It
had a
bumped
retreat
us.
on the 18th and the 19th. So it bumped us.
Well, if the vision meeting's on the 19th, I don't want to miss that.
Okay,
Is that
so
that's part of the VOE retreat?
No, that's part of the district.
So we need to change the.
Just say tentatively scheduled for.
okay, possibly on the 18th of October is the second, is our next
So we have to change the
policy.
retreat date.
We'll see what happens.
Kristen, did you have anything?
Well,
Oh, were
actually,
you
can I
done? I'm
have,
sorry.
no, I'm sorry. I was just wondering, are we getting school calendars?
That was my question.
No? They're on the website. Is it?
That's
is
what
it-
I thought this is an
Okay.
uninformed, but I thought they were just electronic this year.
They are.
Are they
They are just
electronic? Okay.
electronic this year, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to,
Just mixed feelings about that.
And the new one, the most updated one, is on the new website, correct?
Right, the new
Because there
web,
was an old one on the old website. So the new one with all the updated information on the new website.
and the new website allows you to click on the top, there's instructions, so you can put as many school calendars or as little school calendars as you want along with the district. So you can customize it to whatever schools you're looking for. So I clicked all of them, but if you have a student in 2 different schools, you can just do that, plus the district.
all right, yeah.
Kristen?
Thank you very much for the appointment. I'm
Great,
very
sure.
honored to be on the board. And I haven't fully thought this out, but I think going forward, I'd love to have a discussion about onboarding new board members beyond the board training. And it fits in with your discussion about going to the bus garage. I think there's no substitute for seeing things in front of you. You know, we sit here and discuss things and they're very abstract in some ways. I would love it if board members would be able to take a tour of each school and each part of the district that we're responsible for providing oversight for. As someone who's a former bus garage employee, working 3 years cleaning buses in the Monroe School District, I don't know if I need to go to our bus garage, but I would. But I do think that having a visual, having some understanding of how each building functions differently, and just some insight into the district overall in a very first-hand way is essential to the work that we do here.
So we do typically do an annual tour of the buildings. We haven't done that yet, so you'd be able to be part of that.
Okay, great. Check it off the list.
Craig?
I was pleased to see very strong participation by the district in the Spirit of Beacon Day, including the parade, even some school buses, speaking of buses, and 2 bands, a fairly large contingent from the middle school, the Roundabout Music Makers, and that augurs well for increasing the high school band if those kids stay with the program. And I met the new band director for the high school, and I'm pleased to see that we were able to fill that position. I have high hopes for that program going forward. I think that it needs to be strengthened across the district from the ground up. And we'll need to talk about that as an integrated program, not just as high school, middle school, elementary, but across the entire spectrum. That'll be an agenda item, I hope, as we get through the year.
Thank you. Anthony?
Wanted to thank everyone who poured in their school spirit into the Spirit of Beacon Day. And there were some very exciting floats. I've no idea how they were picked in terms of who won or who didn't win, but you know, as far as I know, J.B. Frostl got first place, so at least first place stayed within the district. And you know, the sergeant one was out of this world. And all the other floats were actually very, very well done. In speaking to two different people, one was WHYA and then also to Dan from Beacon Arts Council, you know, we do have a community that we no longer, I guess, service or engage because they're up in age, they're the seniors. And Debbie had thrown out something that was like, why don't we bus our seniors to school plays? So Dan from the Beacon Arts Council is looking into it, and maybe hopefully that'll come out and I'll report back to the board if it needs board approval.
Well, we have had a dinner for the seniors to try to get them to come on a Sunday afternoon. So we have tried to get seniors to come to the plays in the past.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Dan seems to think that there's maybe federal funding or something like that, so.
I don't know about any federal funding, but we'll look
Okay,
into it.
well, that's someone, so long as someone else is eager and unwilling to.
Anthony, who's Dan?
Dan Whitney,
He's the president of Beacon Arts.
I'm sorry. I'll just make mine short. I just want to read off what I had proposed as a district goal, which we didn't get a chance to discuss. But you know, I do want students and parents to understand that just because we don't have a lot, it doesn't mean we don't want the students to know how to be successful. I think to do so, we need to improve the curriculum to include more AP classes, trades, and STEM or STEAM, whichever one you think is better. And then redesign our high schools so we're better equipped to graduate for the demands of high technology, develop new partnerships with colleges and employers, and create classes that will focus on those. That's all I have.
Bill? The Dutchess County School Board Association meeting will be Thursday, October 6th. That's prior to our next meeting, so I will send out an email to anybody who wants to attend. For our new board members, the Dutchess County School Board Association is made up of all of the districts school districts in Dutchess County. There is one representative appointed by each board, of which I am for this board, that goes to the meetings, but they're open to everybody. So depending on the topic for that evening, you know, different people usually like to come. So I will let everybody know what the topic will be for October 6th. It's up at the BOCES Administrative Building, which is on Soul Point Turnpike. It's about 45 minutes from here, so it's a good hike. And it's at 7 o'clock in the evening. But I will let everybody know what the topic is before the time, and I'm always happy to drive somebody out there, and just like have company on the ride. Thank you. Meredith?
So funny that my mom moved the mic. I moved it right away as soon as I sat down. So yesterday was such an amazing day in Beacon. I started, Kenya and I both ran the I Am Beacon run. I'm limping a tiny bit, but glad to have done it. And Spirit of Beacon Day Parade was amazing. The kids, the bands were really, really impressive. And then actually we ended the evening at the Town Crier at a concert against gun violence that was organized by parents and staff in our district and some other people as well. But it was very heartwarming and made me feel happy to live here. I wanted to give a very brief Arts and Ed Foundation update because while I'm transitioning away from leadership, I will still be the liaison. Anne Marie, thank you for the BOCES coaster update. Several people are breathing down my neck for the information, so that's great to know that it's coming soon. I was excited to hear that the kiln has been purchased for the high school that the Arts and Ed Foundation paid half of, and that instruction was not interrupted. The kids are doing ceramics classes, and the kiln will be up and running by the time they need to do whatever you do. Fire. I don't know anything about ceramics. Also, I was very happy to pick up a check from Chevron last week for $2,000 donated to the Arts and Ed Foundation. We'll let you know what everybody decides to do with it. More instruments, hopefully. And what else? I have a couple. I want to welcome our new board members. It's nice to be 9 again. And I have a couple questions, Anne Marie. about things that were brought up at the last meeting. I was wondering if the kindergarten class size situation has been resolved in any way at Sargent?
We are in the process of determining what would be the best fit for that. And again, I think I mentioned that at the last board meeting. If it is to add a part-time teacher, then we would need to create that and move forward with that at a board meeting. So there's been several meetings about whether that would be a half-time teacher to help with instruction, or if that would be two teaching assistants to help in both classes. Or the other option, which is not student-based, is to move the students to another school that has a different, because the kindergarten numbers are not solid across, so there is room. That isn't the preferred way. I mean, we've started school, and that would be much more difficult. So we are more conscious about looking at the numbers. We had basically the perfect storm at Sargent, so a lot of little things added together to come up with the numbers that are there. So we're hoping to move through with a recommendation rather quickly. Okay.
Thanks. Also, I was wondering about the phys ed minutes being out of compliance.
Yeah, the phys ed minutes, Mr. Wright and Mr. Nemechek are meeting with the elementary principals tomorrow to do that. So what's happening is to add more PE, which is what the goal is, may affect other specials. So that's why we're going very slow with this, because there's only so many minutes of the day that could have specials. So by adding more PE, that would be less music, art.
Do those specials not have the same mandates?
They do not. But to be honest with you, I know that the community is passionate about the other specials, so I want to tread lightly on that before we make a decision. So it's harder than we thought it was going to be.
Let's see, there was one, I was actually going to ask about the building tour for board members as well. And then I did my NISPA training also this weekend, which was pretty grueling, but actually really interesting. I was glad that I went. But one thing they talked about a lot was budget, and then they said that maybe there would be like a budget calendar available.
There is a budget calendar. We're a little early with that, but usually it comes out in October, November, where we start doing how we're going to plan out the budget, what the workshops are, and we kind of move backward from the vote. So it's coming. It's just not quite there.
Okay.
To be honest with you, we're at some future meeting, we're trying to finalize the audit from last year, because when you're an accountant, you kind of live in the prior year for a while. Mm-hmm. So once that's all finalized, then we kind of move forward to the budget. So stay tuned. We'll get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Is it?
Yes.
I was going to play a joke and go and send to forget you, but I chose not to. I thought you'd take it and get rid of it.
You gotta stop this. So I was gonna ask about visiting the schools. I think that the opportunity to go visit and see what the teachers are doing and just see how the buildings look is important. So I guess that's everyone's priority. The questions from several parents about the school calendar is an issue because not everyone has access to the computer. So how are we ensuring that the parents that don't have computers have access to the school calendar? So that's a question that warrants an answer. Congrats to Liam and his family, the coaches, and all those that support him. I'm really proud of Liam. He was a Glenham student with my son, and I was a cheerleader for Liam when he was there, and I continue to cheerlead for him to see that he continues to do well. I'm really excited about that. I'm back to my same questions on the status of the Grow Your Own program that is supposed to be at the high school. It was here last year. I don't know the outcome of that. That troubles me because we did not qualify for the Marist Upward Bound program because we were excelling in our district. So the fact that a program that we did qualify for, I'm not sure whether it actually exists or not, and what the outcome was for it last year is very troubling. So if I can get the answer to that, I would be happy. PBIS also that started at the high school, like what's the status of that? Is it still running? Who's running it? The clubs at the high school was another issue, as there were several clubs that students did not utilize, and so therefore, or they were underutilized. So therefore, if we reach out to the students and get what they want, then maybe we can develop or put into play clubs that can actually be beneficial to the students. And something that I've been advocating for since 2012, because the numbers continue to be low, is the Global Studies Regents exam results. Students fail. And I think that if we support them more or provide more supports, that this number will increase. So getting the exact number from the high school on where we are with that is, again, very important to me. I attended the 5th year graduation, as I stated at the last meeting, and some of those students struggle with this same exam. So it is something that is an issue and continues to be an issue, so I don't really want to ignore it. And I just want to thank everyone for coming out and supporting the Iron Beacon 5K run. My husband and I pretty much agreed that we would cross the finish line together because he was trying to beat me. And I said, if we don't cross together, it's going to be a problem. So we agreed that we would cross together, so I love you for that. And that money goes towards the scholarships that one of my children had the opportunity to benefit from, and $2,000, $500 every year is definitely a support to the student and to the family. And with the number of runners this year, they're able to increase the scholarships, so I'm just excited about that. So I think, kudos to Iron Beacon for all that they're doing for the kids in the community, and they also support Class in a Bag. And that's it.
So wait a minute.
Thank you. Yay.
Well, okay, Cecilia has an update on Grow Your Own.
Yay. Thank you.
So, and for my board report, it's on there now, but I held it back from Friday, and revised it throughout the weekend, including today, for some of the questions that had come up and some of the ones that were lingering. Specifically for Grow Your Own, as you know, and as you've mentioned before, Ms. Getson, Ms. Jackson was the administrative lead on that here at the high school. You're concerned about whether that continued after she left the district. It did. We had other staff that had picked up. The students did participate in the field trip. There's another complicating factor to it in that there was a doctoral student in the education department that was the Marist College facilitator and lead. My understanding is that she has left either her position or role or affiliation with Marist. I'm in a process with outreach with Dr. Sullivan, although we haven't been able to connect on a date. I'm expecting within the next 2 weeks that he and I will be able to sit down. One of the things that is critically important that we didn't do last year was formalize a partnership agreement so that it was clear for everyone what the school district responsibilities and commitments were, what as a district, what the responsibilities and commitments were for Marist College, what the responsibilities and commitments were for our students, and what would be the end results as a result of it, so that we want to ensure we've got something formalized in writing that, again, based on, we may need to revisit the conversation because I don't know who's involved in the program right now at Marist. But what we don't have from last year is an agreement that says, as a result of students participating in this 4 years from now, what are some of the assurances that they can look forward to, or consideration of, or benefit from. Many things were discussed. I know we talked about things publicly, but we did not make it a written formal partnership interagency agreement, and that's something that's really important because individuals involved can change over the course of time. And we just want to make sure that that what is longstanding is what our agreement is about, how we're partnering, how we'll benefit as a district, how our students ultimately are benefiting, and then what the benefits are for Marist College. So that's my expectation of what the next steps are, what we need to do, and I'll share that out. We do that as workshop. We'll share it out to you in writing as those become known. We don't have a written agreement created last year that kind of solidifies what the program is moving forward. Once we know what those things are, then that will be conversation with Dr. Sieverding, Mr. O'Neill. Our new assistant principal should be on board at that point, and then we'll be able to talk about who are the connections here at the high school, who's connected in the district, and what we do moving forward.
So at current, it's not running the program?
It's not currently running right now. We would have been able, I think, just to kind of pick up as we had from last year, except the one piece of this is the facilitator that was doing it at for Marist, on behalf of Marist College is not in that current role.
And so do we have, with all your preparations, so do we have an anticipation date where we are going to strategize and say that by November?
I mean, my hope would
kick in?
my hope would be that we have those that we set that up. We can have those conversations by our October meeting. I have more information for you. We can solidify any final things by that last October meeting, and I would hope we can anticipate getting this started again for our students in November.
Okay, thank you. Yep, thank you very much.
If I can comment on Kenya, just to let you know, Kenya, when I was on the Connection subgroup, which is the community subgroup for Dropout Prevention Task Force, we also wanted to interview the students to see what clubs they were interested in. We just never got that far. So there's an interest on my end as well for that.
All right, I have no comments. Unfinished business?
Is the Music Booster Program unfinished business or new business?
It's not listed under unfinished business, I didn't list it there.
Okay.
No, it was just part of the policy.
So we,
The unfinished business that we were talking about was the discussion of board retreat.
Okay. I'll bring up the new business.
Are we tabling?
Booster club?
No, the board retreat.
Well, so, can we just talk about it, or do we have to?
No, just
She made a motion to table, does she have a second?
A motion to table what?
the
The
board retreat.
board
I
retreat.
thought we had like some conflicts for.
Okay.
Second.
Comments or
Just so we
questions?
can talk about it.
Yep.
Do you want to talk?
Comments or
No, you
questions?
seconded
Oh, no,
her
you
table.
seconded her motion to table
Not
it.
for
Right,
discussion.
so that we can discuss it though.
No, table it to
No,
the
table.
Table
I
it
was
until,
just-
like,
I
you.
thought we still have to vote.
We could do, so
Doesn't
there's
matter.
comments or
I just-
discussion about tabling it.
Tabling it,
So you gotta say whether
Why do
you
you
want to
want-
table it or not, since you second.
I
Georgia?
just feel like we have a lot of conflicts with dates coming up for a board retreat. I know we were trying to do it sooner rather than later. We just appointed 2 new board members this evening that, of course, need to be in the process and will be in the process. It's just, I just feel like we have a lot of conflicts with board dates now. I mean,
I
policy
agree.
committee keeps getting bumped.
No, I actually, I think I agree with you. I just thought we should talk about it, openly before moving forward. Because the only date left, since the vision meeting is October 19th, I would really like to attend that. So that leaves the 18th when there's a policy meeting scheduled. The policy committee is actually, I think, a priority for us. So we've agreed to have an extra hour with HYA before the 28th board meeting, November 28th. So maybe maybe we're into January at that point.
So we're saying that the board retreat's not a priority.
So the
It
18th,
is a priority. It's still a priority for me, but I think realistically, we have, the policy meeting, the policy committee, I think, is actually a little bit more important in some ways. I mean, I'm certainly open to hearing other people's opinions about it, but.
I think it's a lot, competing priorities, I think that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you bump the policy committee meeting again.
We would just have to find other dates because I have to look and
Yeah.
see what.
And if we don't do it on the 18th, then we start the herding of cats again to find another date for all of us.
I mean, I think the board retreat's very important. We talked about it as one of our global goals, for communications amongst the board members. I mean, quite honestly, right now, I have to look at a calendar to feed in all the dates we've been talking about tonight to see when the best time is.
When I went through them, the 2 dates that were feasible for everyone was 10/18 and 10/19.
Absolutely. And then.
To do it in September or October, when we looked at those 2 months,
Right.
it was October 18th and 19th, and that's not receiving responses back from all board members. So if you didn't respond, if a board member didn't respond, I took what dates were available for the board members that did respond, and it was the 18th and 19th.
Yeah, I think I agree with those, but I'm hearing there's conflicts on those dates, so.
If we did it on the 18th, who would be running the retreat?
No, we need 2 dates,
Well,
so
if-
that's why we.
It's hard to say what the retreat is going to be when we can't come up with a date to ask people if they're available for the retreat.
Well, I do in some ways think that maybe figuring out what the retreat, what we want the retreat to be should be the priority, and then setting the date from there. But since we had that date available, I wanted to jump on it, but I mean, I don't know, it's up to the policy committee, I guess, to decide.
Well, I also think as far as, I mean,
Well, the vision committee is the 19th, so we can move it to the week after if you know, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, so it sounds like we're having a discussion, so, about it.
So you have
You want
to
to
take it
move your
back to
table?
table?
I'll remove my table.
So vision meeting could be the 26th, you're saying? Emery? Is that good? Do you have a schedule plan?
26th.
Of October, right? That's a Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday.
You never do Wednesday, right? What am I supposed to do?
So the vision meeting is going to be the 10/26, Anne Marie?
Yes. At what time?
So we could do the board retreat on 10/19 then?
10/18 and 10/19.
10/19.
10/19
is the policy.
18th.
10/19. One night.
So,
It's not going to be 6 hours, don't worry.
It is 6 hours, I'm just saying that.
Well, it probably will be 6
It
hours, but.
might be sufficient, right.
It's no different than any other board meeting night.
I think that in terms of what we do for the retreat, I did speak with Chipwood today, and actually I wanted to know, Anne Marie, if you could comment on how the work with the leadership team in the district is going with Chipwood, how you felt about that. Because I think that would directly relate to how the board feels about working with them in the future. In my opinion, ideally, maybe we would do some sort of smaller retreat, maybe with HYA on the 19th, and then do something with CHIP if everyone felt it was a good idea in February. At that point, we would hopefully, ideally know who our next superintendent would be, and maybe that person could even join us for it.
I think I have to agree with you on HYA. I think that might be the way to start. It's not that we are, we've had one full day and then an hour and a half meeting with Ann Meyer, so it's going very well, but it's very new in the process. Yeah.
I guess I have a question about HYA. I mean, I understood them to be a search firm. So, you know, what are the qualifications for running a board retreat?
Well, they do offer board retreats, and I put it in a document. Let me pull it up. I think it's in here. So they offer several different retreats. Yeah, I don't know. Are you using Google Docs? Mm-hmm. So in the board retreat ideas, they have. Most of them are really about working with the superintendent and how the board's role with the superintendent, which I think would be really helpful for us. But they also do have the experience necessary to talk more in general about roles and responsibilities of board members.
Okay.
Is everybody okay with that? October 19th, we could look to set up a small retreat with HYA.
I do think Debbie is not available in October, but Ed and maybe someone else from HYA.
Yeah, maybe could you reach out to them and see if they can have at least 2 people?
Yeah.
Any other discussion about the board retreat? This 19th for the board members?
What time would that be?
6:30.
I would think like 6 to 9 or 6.
Yeah,
I don't know, they had originally did just 6:30 to 9:30.
6:30ish.
If that works better for you, I'm sure that.
We could go 6:30 to 9:30. Accommodate Kenya.
No, you're not going to accommodate me, because I think we're going to need more than one day.
Well, I think it's an ongoing thing, so I think we need to also, we're all working really hard. I really, I think the board is working really hard to move things forward, and it has to go in digestible chunks. So I don't know how well we can ask ourselves right now, how well are we thinking at 11 o'clock tonight?
Oh, I could go till 2 o'clock in the morning.
You're here till 2 then.
I cannot tell you that I would do the same, doing that. So
I can stay with Kenya, sure.
My question on HYA, do we need a contract change with them? Because I know in their proposal it was
this would be an
$5,000.
additional. Well, I don't think Yeah, these retreats are longer than what is being offered, so I don't think that the cost listed here, and I would definitely share with the board the cost of their.
I think we'd ask them to do something separate.
Yeah, but it would
Right,
be,
we need a
it would
separate
be in
contract with
addition,
them.
yes.
Oh, okay, all right, just
But
want to
it
make
would,
sure. So
but the
we'll-
costs here are not necessarily a reflection of how much this would cost.
Okay.
Actually, the first one, it says 3 to 4 hours, $3,000.
And just, you may want to look at NISBA as well, because they do offer those kind of courses. Something might come down to a comparison of who's available as well as what the dollar value is.
I did speak with NISBA about this, and they also do offer similar workshops. I've really enjoyed working with HYA. I've really enjoyed the conversations I've had with them. I feel like they have an amazing intuition. And I thought my NISBA workshop was really good also, but I would prefer a HYA for the workshop.
I'm just saying, it's just in case they can't make it. I hate,
Yeah.
it's such a hard time for us to get together that if there's somebody else that's also qualified in the same subject matter and they can make that night, it may be worth, broadening it to who's looking at it.
But I do agree with you, Meredith, about HYA. I would like them as well.
Okay. I will reach out to them.
All right.
Text right now.
All right.
There was nothing to vote on.
No. New business. There was discussion about diversity committee.
So the update on the diversity committee is that we need to meet and kind of discuss the order of things. We actually don't have an official chair to the committee or anything, so I don't think we do. But anyway, I sent the committee a series of questions that could be answered in the form of data to try to get a picture of the district. And my thought was once we saw the answers to that, we could maybe understand a little bit better where there are gaps, where there are patterns, and make some goals and make some strategies from there, having to do with the students. And then the hiring process, I think, is a huge part of the diversity issue with staff. So I almost put that in with the hiring process more than the diversity committee. But
Do you have any proposed dates for the first meeting?
no. I think October 18th would be perfect.
Do you have any drafting of the charter and all that yet for this?
We do have a charter, a mission.
Okay.
Yeah,
Will you send it out to us?
Yeah.
Well,
It's still draft form.
Right, I was going to say, Anthony put something out, and then we kind of added to it, and then I was like, once you develop that, then you develop goals that are attainable within this year, so it doesn't continue to drag on without any success. And then Meredith's information that she provided a day last week, it gives you the data component. So we just was discussing like how this is all going to play out, and then who's leading this, because I thought that at the meeting, I thought you were appointed, but I know that I got the original information from Anthony, so I answered that. So here's another one of those situations where you're thinking the lead is the lead, and then you work it in reverse. So I had to go back to my notes, and I couldn't answer you appropriately because this book was inside my car, so I don't leave it in my office. But it actually is in here who got appointed that day, like who would chair the committee when Anthony was going through it. So I believe it was you.
Oh, okay. So
I believe. I don't know how accurate. Am I correct? Okay. Thank you.
Well, I have the mission statement right here that's a sort of draft. Do you want me to read it quickly? Or?
Can the committee meet first so they could discuss what they want to present to the board?
So maybe the committee can talk about dates outside of this meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
So then, Anne Marie asked about a facility and operations committee.
Yes.
Want to explain why?
So, in the near future, we are going to go out for a capital project. We have not had one since 2008. We were lucky to have our $12 million for a very long time, but now it's over. We just spent the rest of it on Ron Bounce cafeteria. So now we're on a roll for the new. So I'd like a facilities and operations committee of the board to start looking at the building conditions survey and what other things they would like to do. We've met with the financial advisors, and we will have a drop in our debt, not next year, but the year after, so we want to keep that flat, and it would be a perfect time to go out for a capital project.
So do we have to make a motion to stand up a facilities and operations committee?
Second.
Mike first, Kenny second.
What's the makeup of the committee? How many board
I'm looking
members?
for a board, well, most committees are 3 board members and the board president.
So, comments or questions about the committee?
This is basically to devise another capital plan, I gather.
Yes. Some decision has to be made on what you want to put forward. Once that project is done, then we have the architects do plans, we move forward on the process. So there's 2 different, I'm not going to get into great detail now, but there's 2 scenarios about timing and how to go out. There's a whole process. We have to go out for a vote. So this would be the preliminary part where the board decides what things that they want to move forward with.
With the clarification, it's not the committee that makes the decisions, they just bring the
Recommendations.
information. They make the recommendations to the board, who then
Right. I'd ask the facilities director to be at that meeting as well to answer any of your questions.
When you talk about going out for a vote, that is what, by the board, or is this a going up on the ballot?
No, we have to do a public referendum. We have to go out for a public vote.
So do you have any kind of maybe we put some information together to put together the
There's-
words of what the committee is? Unless we have it defined.
Well, I put on, we had the architect draw a preliminary, so we're the ballpark of the capital project, just kind of things I need to get you, the building condition survey, and it's a pretty big document, so I want to see who is on the committee so I can just disperse that and then we can create it.
Right, I'm just talking about like a charter, here's what we're going to do.
Well, I mean, I think the goal of this is a capital project. I mean, it could be as simple as that.
You looking for volunteers tonight too?
Yes.
We need to make a motion to create it first.
That's what I thought.
So we're
We
discussing.
create a capital project subcommittee.
I think we have a motion.
The motion was, Mike made the motion, Kenny seconded, there was discussion. I was looking to see if there's any other further discussion. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now we need to appoint 3 people.
I volunteer.
Are we motioning for people?
I was just trying to see if there were 3 people first.
Yeah, Mike, Anthony, and Craig.
So, is there anybody else?
You just got 2?
No,
There's
there's
Mike,
Three.
Anthony, Craig, and you.
All right, there you go. We'll determine chair at the meeting.
By arm wrestling. I learned at the NISBA training that like the audit committee actually can have community members. Is that true for any
That's
committee or is that just?
Just the audit committee.
Okay.
Any other new business?
I'd like to make a motion that we enter into a contract or hire Thomas, Strohan, Waxman, Pettigrew, and Marl as our legal counsel for the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mike made a motion, Meredith second, to enter into contract with Thomas, Drohan, and what was the last name?
Waxman, Pettigrew, and M-A-Y-L-E.
This is.
So we're not going to list.
Hold on. So there's a first, then there was a second. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Kenny. What's your discussion?
So we're not going to hear the presentation of the other law firms? Is that we're just going to bypass that opportunity? Like I picked Joanne as one of the options. However, I think that it would be in our best interest to look at the presentation of all the people that we chose and then make a decision. That's just my personal opinion.
Well,
It's premature.
And I believe that am I close enough, Joan?
Yeah, you're doing good.
Okay, so I recognize that we have discussed with only one of the firms. When we re-signed with Shaw Pearlson, one of the things that we said and I said was, I'm okay with this because we are actively seeking for proposals and we're going to proceed quickly to hire a new legal counsel. And it's been quite a while already. There's a lot of other things going on. We can only meet with one firm. So I believe that
we can't only meet with one firm. Tonight was the only time that we could have one firm.
Right, tonight was, okay.
So I just don't want it to be clear that we couldn't meet with any other firms. In scheduling, we can only schedule one firm for tonight.
So, in my opinion, I think that we should move forward. with the new council, and that's why I raised it here, so we can get it underway, the transition.
Have the other firms been notified that we wanted to meet with them?
I reached out to Joanne. I know that Kelly and I were going to be working on getting the other ones for October 11th. We had time to set them up for October 11th. He has the right to make the motion to
No, I didn't say anything.
to say that.
I just said my opinion.
Is there any other discussion?
So I'd like to meet the other firms too. Yeah, so you think that there's something that you cannot wait till October 11th?
I think that we said we were going to move forward with new legal counsel. We haven't even rescheduled the other firms. We have proposals. We read all the proposals. We know the differences from what we can read, and I think that it's time for us to move on with new counsel. I think the time is now, so that's why I made the motion.
I can just tell you, with talking to Johan and trying to schedule them, most firms are pretty accommodating as to when, so I'm pretty confident that if they want our business, they would come on the 11th, just so you know.
Yeah, I do feel that we do have to do some due diligence, and we do have to vet who we thought were people companies that we contract with. I don't know if we should circumvent that.
And I think not only do I want to look at other firms, but I think whichever one we think we would like before we actually hire them, I think the board president should go out and talk to some of the existing clients just to get how happy are they with their services. I mean, I don't want to just jump the gun too soon.
Okay, so he made a motion, the second, and go ahead.
And I there's a lot. We have a lot of issues going on, and we still have Shaw Pearlson, which has shown not to, in my opinion, not to show, have led us correctly in the past. So, and like we said, we were going to move forward with this, and so, like I said, it's been a month and a half now since we've had the proposal. So that's why I think we should vote on this now.
I understand your anxiousness to move forward, and I share it. I would prefer not to receive any more advice from Shaw Pearlson. I guess I feel like we should give these firms the opportunity in 2 weeks to meet with them and hopefully be able to make a decision at the end of that board meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to table Mike's motion.
Or just vote on it. Just vote on it.
You just vote on it.
Okay.
The table is.
I don't know, we've done it all different ways.
All those in favor of making a motion to appoint Johan Waxman Pettigrew?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Oh, opposed.
Abstain.
Is there a reason why?
I don't feel I'm qualified to make that decision tonight. I haven't read any of the proposals. I'd like the opportunity to do that. I do share Mike's sense of urgency as far as based on the idea that getting deeper into any existing cases would complicate a transition. So I share his sense of urgency in that,
Okay.
but I just don't feel like I could make an informed decision.
Okay. Did you get that, Kelly? 171.
Music Booster Club. Are we ready to vote on that or no?
My understanding, it's a policy, which
Which was already in place.
right.
Yeah.
So I just need them to give a proposal, because some of it is how they're going to do fundraising, which I have to make sure is consistent with the district policy.
Because they did send something.
Didn't they send something?
They said something and they tied it to the old policy. They didn't tie it to the new policy, so they need to update that.
Were they made aware of that?
Hold up. You need to make a motion to discuss the...
I'd like to make a motion to establish the Music Booster Club.
Is there a second?
Second.
To discuss.
No, let's discuss.
No, discuss and establish.
That's my motion.
What's your motion?
My motion is to establish the Music Booster Club.
I don't think
Now
we
let's-
have
now
to.
We
let's
don't have to
We have to
to establish.
discuss it.
Now let's discuss. Come on.
So I think she's saying your motion should be to discuss the.
I want to make my motion to establish the Music Booster Club.
So I read the
The board doesn't establish booster clubs, so anything.
All right, so then who establishes them?
The booster, whatever parents want to form that booster club.
Yeah,
They
So there's
establish themselves, but let's make a motion to talk about it so we can.
So you're going to
That's why
amend
I
your
said
motion?
discuss.
Amend the motion to discuss.
Okay.
Second.
Comments or questions?
Was the
Oh.
parents group made aware that they didn't align with the policy? You were saying, Amber, you said that they sent something that was tied to the old
It's not that they're not
policy.
aligned with the policy, it's just that we had adopted one, it's similar language, so they really haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not implying that they did anything wrong.
They
I'm
haven't
just
done
saying,
anything wrong.
do they know what they need to change? That's all.
There's nothing really for them to change.
So is it,
except
and is
they
it
may-
good? Is it like?
I think Anna Reed, like she stated.
They need,
It's
so,
a request.
just from an auditing standpoint and a legal standpoint, they just have to do a proposal, which I'd be more than happy to reach out to them tomorrow and tell them that, because there are things, even though they're not affected, the money comes into the district has the right to observe their books and make sure, because they are using the Beacon City School District name, so.
So did you, when they sent you the email with the attached to the old policy, did you respond to that?
I did not, no, I did not.
So you can do that tomorrow?
Yes.
Is there a template for what their document and their charter needs to look like?
If there is, I don't have such a thing. The only booster club we've ever had here is the football booster club, which was done a long time ago, which disbanded last year, so I don't know.
I looked at other band charters at other schools, and they're, multi-page, various sections, pretty extensive. So I know that their proposal did not have that much detail.
I can tell you that I shared with Debbie Brendan, the three options that they could go to for the fundraising of the booster, the extracurricular activities. I gave her a description, and there was one other, I forget what it was. Student activity funds. And I gave her a description of what each one does, and then she would use that, I think, to decide that they wanted to go with the booster instead of the extracurricular activity or student funds. But I didn't see any reflection of, I know they reflected to the policy, but that's actually an old policy, so, there's some, that is right.
It's the old
3260
policy number, it's the old
But
policy
I think
number,
they
but
were
the
missing
gist
the
of it is.
fundraising components of it.
Right.
Okay.
Right, which I'll reach out to her tomorrow.
Okay.
They're ahead of the game. I think they're fine to go through once Anna Marie assists them, because that was the goal, to make sure that they know what we're looking for, so that they don't have to work backwards. So I think they are good to go based on the way the policy is read. They wrote their information based on the policy, which is still similar to the new policy adopted.
There's
I
really
think that
none of
makes
it. It's just-
the most sense.
There's really nothing
Okay.
different.
I have, I would like to read a resolution
Hold on one second. You're doing a resolution?
for HYA.
Is it for the band? Okay. Okay.
Are we done for the band?
So,
I just wanted to
a
make sure.
clarifying question, so we don't have to wait till the next board meeting for the Booster Club to get up and running?
No, the policy's already in place, they just need to have the proposal.
Okay.
And Anne Marie said she's going
Adjusted.
to help them with the
Okay.
process.
Anthony, can I ask one question? Are we moving out of new business?
No.
No, okay.
No, I was just finishing the band discussion.
Got it.
Sometimes we overlap. Any other comments for band? Okay.
Okay, I would like to read a resolution to be voted on. Do I make a motion to make a resolution? I'm making a motion to make a resolution about adopting the HYA leadership profile.
Is there a second?
Second.
Georgia?
So I'll read the resolution. The BCSD school board endorses the leadership profile presented to them at the September 26, 2016 Board of Education meeting.
Comments or questions? Do you want to
So
repeat
what-
it again?
No, I understood. So what does that really mean? So the leadership profile, we're saying we are accepting that, so then they can take that and move forward with.
Yes.
We're saying that they came up with the leadership profile and that we as a board support it and we're adopting it.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
As was amended during the earlier discussion.
I thought we decided not to amend
It
it.
was decided not to amend.
As
We
is.
kept it as is.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I would like to make another motion to adopt a resolution regarding the campaign for fiscal equality.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mike?
So I'll read the resolution. The Beacon City School District School Board endorses the aims of this year's Ed Walk and its campaign for fiscal equality. This 9-day walk from New York City to Albany demands that the governor and state legislature meet its obligation to our children and fulfill the Constitution by providing full and fair funding for our public schools, as was decided in the 2006 Court of Appeals landmark decision, which led the state to commit to $5.5 billion in basic classroom operating aid. 10 years later, our students are still owed $3.8 billion in foundation aid.
Any questions?
So what does that really mean?
It means that we recognize that the state is not honoring this court decision, and that we appreciate that someone is making the cause more known through this walk.
So are we
They will
taking
also
action
be
or
walking
what?
through Beacon, by the way.
Well, I was going to say, are we taking action? in
The
this?
only action that the board would take is that they adopt a resolution to say that they support what the,
So we're not actually
what they're
walking.
doing.
I will
I'm
be
sure you can walk with
walking.
them if you want.
I'll be walking. They'll be in Beacon on October 5th at 4 o'clock p.m. And then they're going to have a short press conference, and at some point we'll be walking to Fishkill.
Do you know exactly where they'll be at in Beacon?
It's going to be at what's called Pole Hill Park, where the visitor center is at the end of Main Street and 9D. And I think it is a great opportunity to thank them for what they're doing. This is a lawsuit, a small cities lawsuit that Beacon was actually a part of initially about 10 years ago. And we would benefit if the state honored this debt
Any other discussion?
by millions of dollars.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Can you just give me a little snippet, what was that? Thanks.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Mary.
I would like to make a motion to dissolve the, what committee was that? The Public Relations Committee.
Second.
I did that.
We didn't, we never voted on it.
Oh, but I did make the motion.
Comments or questions? So at the last board meeting, why don't you say what you said?
At the last board meeting, I decided to retract my request for this committee because the district has established a means of getting communication out to the community that is funneled through the school district.
Any other discussion? This was a committee that was formed last year when we felt that there was a need to try to embrace some of the public relations and between the district and community. So at the last board meeting, Kenya stated that she would like to dissolve it. It wasn't formally acted upon, so I brought it back up tonight.
Or can you talk about what means you think are in place to replace the need for that?
Well, currently the new website allows for the different school buildings to provide the information of events that's transpiring at their specific buildings, and then give that information to the person in charge of posting it. And so part of the concern for me and those people who participated on the committee was that information is not coming directly from the school, it's coming from other sources. And so we want the community to rely on the school as its primary means of getting information out. It just helps with accuracy in other areas. And I think Anne Marie, by getting this website started, I think will achieve that goal. In the event we feel like it's not doing that, then we can revisit it or just establish. I mean, a lot of work went into the committee to begin with. We established the survey, like we did some stuff, but it's no need to do double work at this point. So that's why I feel like we can bring it back.
I wanted to thank Kenya and the rest of the committee for
Oh, you're so nice, Anthony.
No, I'm serious.
No, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm not being sarcastic.
It's 8-0. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to have a discussion about a special Board of Ed meeting before the October 11th board meeting.
Second.
So, we need to set a date for our special board meeting. We received some information that we need to review and take action on. That is time sensitive. That has to be acted on before October 11th.
Do you mean like this week?
I was looking next week. I know that the 3rd isn't a good day for people, which is a Monday, so I would go to the next date, the 4th.
I can't do the 4th.
Can an extension be applied for?
I doubt it.
Mike, that's an incorrect comment. They're very difficult to obtain with this type of.
So it's not a preferred, it's not really what we prefer to do. We prefer to have the discussion and keep with the schedule.
Correct.
So I'm good for the 3rd, the 4th is
The
tough.
3rd is the holiday.
Oh, so school.
Can't have it on the 3rd anyway.
No,
Is
school's
there
not in
policy
session,
meeting on the
right?
3rd? I have down the budget policy.
No, we changed that because the district's closed.
Policy
That's why it went to the
How many people are
18th.
available on October 4th?
I am.
Okay, I see hands.
It all depends what time it's gonna be.
1, 2, 3, it was 7 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
And Kristen and London.
Wednesday the 5th.
We can do Wednesday.
Raise your hand.
That's the March Fishing Festival.
1,
You'll be
2,
back.
3, 4,
Well, I'm sure.
5. 5. How about Thursday the 6th?
Just means nobody goes with me to does a school board session.
1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like
You got 2 5s.
let's go with the 4th.
What time are you doing it on the 4th?
7 o'clock.
And it's here or at the?
It'd be here.
I can check. I might be a couple minutes late.
Well, can it be later than 7?
Is it a short meeting?
If it
Is it
helps as
7:30?
long as
Just one topic? Is it just one topic?
Anthony, it's never a short meeting.
Yeah, well, it goes Kenny saying, if it's only one topic, if you started it.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Well,
gonna
Georgia said she
waive
wants to
those
run
agenda
late,
items and
so
everything else.
7:30 probably, would 7:30 work?
7:30 would be fine.
Okay,
If
I mean,
that's possible.
I'm
If
coming
not,
from deep in the city, so. And
7:30.
Kristen's back, so.
7:30.
Right.
Okay.
So 7:30. 7:30 on the 4th. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye. Kristen.
Aye.
I don't know
Oh.
if you're into this. Better watch things out.
Opposed?
Go with the
Motion carried. I will do it 8. Oh, I can't help it.
Oh, yeah, special session.
All right. Any other new business? Hearing none, we're going to go on to the consent agenda. These are the consent agenda that permits the Board of Education to make more effective use of its time by adopting a single motion to cover those relatively routine matters which are included. Any member of the board who wishes to discuss individually a particular piece of business on the consent agenda may so indicate, and that item will be considered and voted on separately, thus preserving the right of all board members to be heard on any issue. I have a hard time saying that. I need a motion for the consent agenda.
Motion to approve consent agenda items 14.2 through 14.10.
Second.
14.10. Bill made a second. Georgia first, Bill second. Comments or questions?
Want to pull 14.04A, 14.05A, D, F, L and M. 14.06, 14.08, and 14.10.
That's 1408, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else? All right, all those in favor of approving agenda item 14.02 through 14.9 minus the ones that Mike pulled, which was 14.04A, 14.05A, D, F, L, M, 14.06, 14.08. And I said 14.09, so I didn't include it in it.
You said 14.09.
I did. All those in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 14.04A.
14.04A, for the resignations on the list here, do we have exit interviews with people who resign? And if so, do we have any feedback from them as to, do we get feedback and compile about what things we can, incorporate?
So on that list of resignations, I believe number 1 and number 3, number 4 are on later on, so they're taken off as a sub and they're made regular. So they're not really resignations from the district, they're resignations from their title. Number 5 has another position and number 2 moved away. So we do know why they leave. As far as an exit interview sheet, we are in the process of developing that. We don't have that yet. But for the civil service employees, we do know why they're going.
Okay, but we are developing a sheet. Is that going to be part of the?
That'll be part of the process when someone is to resign. When they hand in their keys and their final paycheck, there'll be a.
That's just for civil service, you're saying, or
No, that'll be across the board.
Okay, you're going to include, review and looking at for possible improvements or whatever.
I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by improvements.
Well, improvements that people have suggestions or reasons why you want to incorporate that and reflect on your policies or procedures and make changes if you need to.
I was just going to say an exit interview would certainly give us an opportunity to give it administrative consideration, to pay attention if there's patterns and trends that might emerge. So that's the benefit of doing an exit interview, and certainly is not something that currently exists, but certainly something that could be part of our procedure.
Yeah, and I think there's just to add to what Cecilia said, there's a difference between the reason why someone had made a decision to leave versus what led to that decision. I think it's always interesting to find out what led to that decision. Why did they look for another job out of the district or?
Any other discussion? I need a motion to approve 14.04A.
Motion to approve 14.04A.
Georgia, second.
Second.
Anthony? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 14.05A.
14.05A was a similar question on resignations about if we have exit interviews, and you answered that for me.
Number 1 is resigning from her coaching position because she resigned on a previous agenda as a teacher. So she is not a PTA member any longer. And number 2, you will see he's being appointed as another coach, so it's not a real resignation.
Okay.
All those in favor of 14.05A? I'm sorry.
Motion to approve 14.05 alpha.
Second.
Mike, Anthony? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 14.05D.
14.05D. Are there any proposed, or are there any clubs that are being proposed not on this list? Do you know of
New
any
ones?
New clubs.
There are not new clubs have to be negotiated with the BTA contract. That's part of their unit work. These activity advisors, non-stipended, are the advisors for the band. They have student activity funds. They must be appointed by the board so that they can be in charge of the activity funds. They do fundraising for their end-of-the-year trips, so they need to be board appointed.
And how do people, can kids start or participants start a new club?
They can, but then the club we need to have a discussion with the leadership of the teachers union. They have the right to we need an advisor, moderator.
So if a teacher came to you and said, I would like to start an art club.
Well, they would go to the principal first, and as long as the principal approved it, then they would have a conversation. In fact, Mr. Soltish, who's still sitting in the audience, and I had this conversation earlier today about that.
Okay.
I need a motion to approve 14.05D.
Motion to approve 14.05.
Georgie, you got it.
Thank you.
Second?
I'll second.
Mike? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 14.05F.
14.05F. What is the foreign language?
These 3 teachers are teaching an additional period until we hire a replacement for Mr. Soria. So we are actively looking. Dr. Sieverding has 2 interviews tomorrow. It was originally posted as an anticipated, and now it's a permanent position. So we are on the fast track to find someone to replace him. These teachers are covering the period. They're the teachers of record for those classes, so therefore they are entitled to 1/7 of MA Step 5 according to their contract.
So it's not a new language. We're not offering a new language. It was covering.
It was covering for a teacher.
The difference here is they're not substituting for a teacher of record, and so they also have lesson planning responsibilities to be the teacher of record for the periods that they're instructing.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I need a
Motion to approve 14.05F.
Anthony, second. Jordan?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 14.05L.
So I have a kind of a general question about board docs. I have not been receiving any update when something is added to board docs. So I did look back a couple times, but when I did, there was no information about Ms. Price. I noticed that there is now, but I have not had time to read it.
So unfortunately on Friday, when we were working on the agenda, we did have a little blip in our server. So some of the things on the agenda went out perfectly fine. Some of the attachments we realized did not. So that's why they were put on today. But the server did go down in the middle of us trying to finish the work on Friday. So it was down for a little while, but we were managed to get back up.
Well, so as a little bit of an addendum to that question, we were talking about this new system of asking questions, and I did put a question in the Google Doc about that, but I didn't receive any response to that either. So I'm just wondering, so here we are, time to vote. I have not read that information. I would, I'm not sure what I can do differently, but I'm open.
So the Google Doc thing that I created for the questions was something that I was putting out there to see what questions people have so that I could talk to and try and get answers for. I was hearing that people weren't getting answers and that they need to see, and I wanted to have some data as to what questions are being asked and so forth to see, is it a lot? My interpretation of it was that there's a lot of questions, and are they spending all their time just answering questions? Or are they managing, the district? So that was just to kind of create, and I saw that some people have input on it right now, but I haven't discussed that with Anne Marie yet. She saw it because she saw that I shared it, but there hasn't been any discussion as to how it's going to be utilized. That's something that we should discuss, put it on the pile of we need to get done, but where's the priority for it?
So the question that you may have had on that sheet talked about that you didn't see the information, so we went back to make sure all the information was put back on. So there was.
I didn't get any. I thought at least before I would get an email and if anything changed on board docs, but I did not receive any emails This entire.
That you had
That there was any change.
Yeah,
I got
I did
the
not
initial
either.
announcement that the board docs was up, but I
Mhm.
never got any change.
So Meredith, you're saying that an email to alert you that something.
Well, we were
usually
getting
It'll
that.
say, there's been a change on board docs, please go
Yeah.
to.
Okay.
So it will say that.
I suspect that maybe because it was an attachment that was added as opposed to an actual change to the verbiage on board doc. I mean,
We can look into
We can look into
that.
to see
Yeah.
what
I
happened.
mean, that's just
Because
very
typically you
helpful.
should get an email.
Yeah.
So, any other, Mike, you pulled it, do you have any discussion?
Was that on Lima, on L?
Al?
Al.
I guess my concern here is that we don't have a procedure yet, and this is the hiring, the procedure about how to go about.
Mr. Soltis followed the hiring process for the interim AP. It just took a little bit longer. And in fact, I think, I don't want to speak for Mr. Soltis, but I think that he went through many processes, and it was reposted and relooked at a few times. So he did, if on the attachment is his sheet that shows how many people on OLAS, how many were interviewed, how many were brought in for screening.
So this is the attachment that we
Right,
didn't
so
see.
this is what I'm saying. I didn't see this until.
Brian, would you mind coming up and speaking about it? Stay here.
I've been
So,
waiting all night out here to get with you.
All right.
I did not see
So, you want me to go through the process we had?
Sure, for this hiring.
We had a committee put together. On the committee, we had myself, Mr. Giametto, the other assistant principal. We had 2 teachers. We had a parent member, and we also had Mr. Way, who is our aide monitor at our kiosk at our front desk. So that was our committee. We had, and I could be a little off my numbers, but I believe we had approximately 40 or 49 resumes that came in. Of those 49 resumes, we narrowed that down to approximately 12 that we sent out for interviews. We were able to interview 10 people, and the finalist that we've gone with is here today. So we should have, I can answer any other questions you'd like, but that was the process we went through.
So I just had a question. The 2 that didn't interview, you said 10.
Closer to the mic, please. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. The 2 that you didn't interview, the reason.
Unreachable. One of them, we left messages and never returned it. And the other, I believe, had taken a position already.
So, and, okay, I'm looking at that information right now. And so the substitute administrator is because Lori Price is not being appointed until.
That's not Brian's building.
Oh, no, yes it is.
Oh, it
Yes, it
is?
is.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You're correct. There's a 30-day,
Her contract, your contract, welcome.
Mr. Hughes is being appointed for the short term, so Mr. Soltish and Mr. Giametto have been by themselves since the beginning of school. So Mr. Hughes will come in and fill in until Ms. Price can start.
Any other questions?
No, thank you. Did we mix, are we mixing?
We're talking about L.
I did go into
Meredith went
ML,
in to
sorry.
M to ask. Well,
Sure. They're connected. I was going to say, explain him now. I just explained both.
thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
No, motion.
Need a motion for 14.05 L?
Motion. Go ahead.
Motion to approve 14.5L.
Meredith? Go ahead, Kenny.
Second. They getting tired?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Any
I'm
motion?
introducing Ms. Price. You should leave the home, okay? You just have to stand and wave.
The whole thing.
No, I know. Go ahead.
Any motion for 14.05 M?
Motion to approve 14.05M.
Second.
Comments or questions?
No questions are answered.
Well, so there's some confusion. We have already a substitute administrator that
Yes.
we did last meeting.
Yes.
And now we have a second one. How many should we
Ms.
have?
DeFons was at the high school and she did a very short term. She has childcare issues, she cannot continue. And Mr. Hughes has worked at the middle school before.
So is there, so then, is everybody good at the high school now? So we have Ms. Sinea?
No, we are still short-handed until the day after, so the 11th is when. Yes.
So they're just managing?
Yes.
So DeFonce no longer is employed with the district?
She's on a substitute agreement. When she can arrange to come in and help us out, she does do so, but she has childcare concerns, so she can't come as frequently. But if we need her, she has this substitute administrator agreement until the end of June. She's paid when she comes in. She's like a sub. She's a per diem person.
Gotcha. And these agreements are not specific to the school, right?
They are not. That's
Okay,
correct.
So even though originally she was for the high school, she can also go anywhere else?
Right. She's a secondary administrator, and so is Mr. Hughes. That's where they could go anywhere, but that's where their experience is.
Do you anticipate you need anybody else besides DeFonce and Hughes?
I'm sorry?
Are we going to expect anyone else also to be?
We're not expecting to hire a substitute administrator. Samuel Sinise is supposed to start on the 11th, which is only 2 weeks away.
Okay.
So we should be fine.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion. I made it before, that was discussion. 9-0. Anybody opposed? Motion carried. 14.06.
14.06 on page 3. There's the New York State Department of Civil Service, $476,000.
That's our health insurance bill for night shift.
Okay, that's
For a month.
for the month?
Yes.
We pay $476,000 a month?
Yes.
That's the first one I'd seen, so. That was all.
I need a motion.
Have we done anything to kind of try to lower our central Hudson bill?
What does that have to do with this?
Isn't it in the audit report?
Anthony.
Oh, I'm on the wrong section. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong item. Never mind.
Motion to approve
14.
I need a second.
14.06.
Second.
Georgia.
I think it's in there.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 9-0. What time was it?
14.08.
14.08.
14.08, this is
Motion
for,
to approve 14.08.
Doing it 2 different ways because he told it he could talk about it and then I'd have to remember to make a motion, or I've done it both ways.
wherever way you want to go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
So, question on this contract for Harvey. What's the scope of this work? There was, the attachment says it's supposed to be an attachment, but there wasn't.
There's her contract, but there's no, with the dates of that her people will be in the district, but there's no details.
There's no, it's stated in the proposal, but there's no proposal attached.
It's another tab. It's right next to it on board docs. It says an LOI next to it.
I'm not sure.
I see it.
Right here. There's two, so it's in there.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see.
Right.
Yeah, that's not
But it just
the,
doesn't say, it just says the dates. that
it doesn't talk about what the scope is in that document.
In the front.
So I know that she was here last year, and I heard favorable reviews, but it does seem really expensive for a total of 8 days in the district. And then travel is such a like open-ended thing, you know. So.
I think it's more than 8 days, though.
Well, it's, sorry, it was in my questions in the other thing. I can.
It was really not clear how long it was for. The only thing that was clear was the max was $78,000. But without knowing what the scope is, they were here before. I don't know what the results or the feedback was.
So you can give a
I
description.
can speak to some of it, sure. So over the course of last year, the consultants that are part of the Stephanie Harvey Consulting Group came and worked at each of our schools to provide professional development and classroom embedded modeling and embedded technical assistance with the implementation of one of their products, the Comprehension Toolkit. We've scaled back significantly since I've been part of the decision-making process of some of our curriculum instruction and professional development in July with what year 2 needs to look like. So there's 2 pieces to this, and now that I come from a professional development background as part of my administrative history, there are professional developers that come from the expertise lens and the expertise hat, where they're the providers of professional development. In this case, there's a product that they're supporting. Know that we invested a lot of money last year in this, and a lot of money invested in the actual materials.
So we're kind of hooked on her.
So, well, let me say it this way. Yes and no. I think what's really critically important, and know that between Ms. Corderoni, myself, Mr. Wright, and other district administrators, we have grappled back and forth about this. One thing that's really important for us is that we support our teachers in the continued learning necessary around both what are learning strategies and how to use through the direct teaching of learning strategies, the building of comprehension skills. What's important about that is that becomes a pathway for how we engage youngsters in more rigorous curriculum, which is the module work. They're not one and the same, and they're not mutually exclusive of each other. Some of the challenges ahead of us is how we rolled this out last year, quite honestly, with some broad, and I will say global, aspirational goals of the work. Some levels of misunderstanding that the teaching of how to use the comprehension toolkit is not curriculum that stands alone. It's a pathway to get to the curriculum that we need to provide. What's really important about this is that if we pull the plug on this completely, we are continuing to perpetuate the revolving door that we start initiatives and we never continue them. And there is good learning in some of this. What Mr. Wright has been working with the consultant group is really to be very clear about what the expected outcomes are, where this is for him and the work that he'll continue to do across our teachers and with our school administrators, is knowing what are the strategies being taught, what we should expect to see that's going to be a change in instructional practice and a change in learner outcomes at the classroom level, so that becomes work that's embedded in some of the leadership development we're doing, so that the work can continue, that it's not just related to these one individual days. And that's how we build capacity. This as a model, though, is not designed with an overall intention necessarily that it's at the end of this year we will have this extensive capacity to continue to promote the work. And we're looking at other methods to do that. There are other models and there are other delivery models of professional development that can get us to that end. What we're looking to do is to be able to maximize this piece of the work. We've made some decisions that we're not purchasing additional materials, but we want our teachers to be supported in deepening the learning so that they're actually implementing what are the strategies and the use of the toolkits for which we already have an investment in. There's a lot of curriculum work that needs to happen that blends these two things together. It's the place that we're at right now. It is not the same cost proposal as last year, and quite frankly, we are going to be using this year to be able to measure if it's getting us to the impact we're looking for. And so if there is a result on changing learner outcomes at the classroom level as a result of engaging in some of this work. This is not going to be the be-all, end-all. This is not going to fix everything, but we do need to, and there is value in the use of the strategies. We know that from anecdotal conversation among our teachers, and there is a group of teachers that is seeing some impact to the work. But I agree with you about cost and sustainability. So that's what we're looking to assess this year.
Well, I really appreciate your honesty there, and I want to say that I believe wholeheartedly in professional development. So those two pieces are there. Yeah, I mean, it just was I feel like we live in a place that's rich with opportunity, and so it hurts a little bit to be flying someone from Colorado.
Well, there's still no scoping document. The proposal that's attached does not discuss what the scope of the work is. So I don't know even I can't read what the scope of this and what we're spending this money on.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So you said the work. I'm so sorry. I just don't. I know that she's a literacy right, consultant.
Yes,
and
the literacy
literacy strategies, and so I guess it would be great to understand how this fits into like a larger plan to build capacity and what that capacity would look like at the end. That's what I think I understand sort of generally like what you're talking about. I just specifically in a little bit more simple, obvious language.
And forgive me because it's late and I may not be being clear. So if you would like to direct us back, that you want to table it so that we can give you a greater scope of what the work is with the outcomes. I mean, we'll accept that as the feedback from you. But there is work that, these are commitments that were made long before many of us had leverage over it, and it is, a difficult decision. We did scale back the work significantly. We are not making like a $200,000 investment in this.
Yeah. But it has been made.
Yeah.
What's the total number of years that is contemplated in this program? Is it a continuing thing, or is it a 3-year program? What's the scope?
It was initiated last year as a very large district-wide literacy initiative and as part of the ELA curriculum that we will be providing for the district, and that's where there's a couple of disconnects. It is a pathway to teach learning strategies about how to engage students in rigorous curriculum through the teaching of comprehension building strategies. But that alone is not the standalone of the ELA curriculum from grades K through 8.
So does this go on for another year beyond this, or take it year by year, or what?
Well, for us, and what we've talked about, Ms. Quattaroni, Mr. Wright, and myself as district leadership in looking at this, is that this year is about deepening the skill set, but that we're looking to build what are sustainable professional development structures. So no, it is not a commitment that this is an annual reoccurring cost.
But you have the option to continue it.
We could, or we could look to how to narrow the scope, maybe make it more finite. That is an option if we see great benefit in the results that are being produced as a result of it.
I would like to see more detail on the results and the scope. I also wondering what's the modality? Is this like classroom instruction for the teachers after school, or do experts go into the classroom and observe the teacher and work with them? Or?
It's a combination of all things. So there is facilitated professional development that the consultants are providing to our teacher group. Some of the consultants are coming in the day before and working in facilitated lesson planning conversations with some of our teachers, and it is also them modeling, teaching through the modeling of the use of the strategies with students in a classroom for our teachers. So it was last year, the design of this was that it was customized for within each school building, so it looked slightly different across each school, and there were several consultants, so even to compare how the implementation went, there were multiple consultants.
Is your view that teachers are getting better at teaching literacy because of this specifically? Can you see the changes?
Well, I can tell you from from an evaluation of implementation, year one is always about the learning. It's difficult to measure if there's really an impact on the actual results desired after only 1 year of learning the particular initiative or that. Right. Can I tell you anecdotally that some of our teachers have indicated that they see value in it and they see that it's having an impact on students? Yes. Is that in a measurable way? No. Would I want to put my career on the line to say it absolutely is 100% what we need? No. But we don't know enough, quite honestly.
I appreciate your offering to remove it from the agenda just to give some information. I do have a question of if that is done. It's supposed to start this week. How does that impact it if we take it from the agenda?
We already had changed that because of the notification time, so we've made it clear to them that it's not been, a consultant agreement has not been approved and authorized by the board, and so Mr. Wright is in conversation with them about pushing back the dates because it involves airfare.
So they weren't, they were not going to book any of their travel arrangements until we gave them the clearance that the board approved it.
And
So
I think the only real thing here is that, when you're looking at the contract itself, and it says, the other document talks about services, you look at the other document, it doesn't, all it really says is, we're going to have X number of people here on these days. And here's how much it's going to
And I
cost.
think
There's nothing really about what they're really doing.
I don't know, I know last year's documents that were brought to the board had a little bit more information, but I won't say it had a lot of information. I think Cecilia probably gave you more information than what was in the documents that were presented to the
They
board
must have some
last
sort
year.
of promotional or sales or some sort of, something that when they come to you, to a school district and say, here's what we do, they must have something that they use to sell their services.
Okay, well, I'm going to wager a guess. So what they use as the selling of their services are the actual materials. And so as part of the materials, and there is proprietaryship over this, so it's not like we can hire somebody local to come in to teach our teachers how to use the comprehension toolkit. We will get slammed with copyright infringement on that. But that is the products themselves, I think, are part of the
services we are supplying, not our expertise and our development of products, of materials that integrate into your classroom environment. It's something.
Right, but the materials that they would have wanted us to purchase this year, we chose not to do so. So that was a component that came forward. We took it off.
So just, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, it's that the sort of argument in favor of the scaled back contract is that this is already professional development that has occurred. It's a language that everyone has already sort of learned to speak.
Yes, getting onto the same page with the use of,
And to abandon it now would require us to replace it with something that would also put us in a building year place again. So this at least is building off the foundation of last year. Last year was like $250,000 or some.
$187,000.
Okay, sorry.
Close.
Thank you. And so so I guess what I'm trying to understand is that this is about, sort of, you're saying continuing to use the same language, build on what's happened in the past, and then maybe figure out a way to shift this into an internal capacity, right?
Yes, the goal of this, and know that the goal of this, and what Mr. Wright and I have talked about, the goal of this is about how we shift focus, but how we honor that it was time, energy, and resources that have been invested in this that do have value. So please know this is not about diminishing. These are not, kind of not relevant or valuable information. It's a question for us about how we, what strategy and approach we take to, one, the delivery of professional development, but then how we're really clear about how it supports in the overall curriculum framework. And that's the piece that I think we have to be able to build those connections. Because for some, thinking that the comprehension toolkit was the ELA curriculum is a false assumption. For others, discounting that if we only look at implementing the Common Core learning modules satisfies everything, that's also a false assumption. There's a blending of both the teaching of learning strategies that's critical for many students but beneficial to all, is married to the actual decisions about the curriculum that we're using. And so we can't engage students in higher order thinking, in more rigorous curriculum and learning outcomes, if we're not being explicit about how we're teaching and building upon learning strategies and comprehension building strategies.
So this is a pathway to that more rigorous curriculum, but it's not the only one, but it's the one we've sort of, it's the one we brought to the dance. So
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, I vaguely remember the presentation of the comprehension and collaboration toolkit. And it was built up highly, but I would be interested to know how the results are going and what the alternatives would be if we
So-
abandon it.
I would love to and suggest Mr. Wright certainly has both the lens from being the principal at a school level as a part of implementation, as well as steeped in curriculum work, both here and in other experiences. And I think that maybe is a workshop conversation that would kind of help broaden the scope and give you a sense of what's the vision for what direction we need to move curriculum and instruction.
That's the direction I was thinking, because obviously Eric has this new position and has been running the schools. Maybe at our next meeting, we could have a workshop where we discuss this in a little very greater detail, a little more texture. And if there's no urgency of needing to approve this tonight, then I would suggest we should.
We probably won't have a workshop at the next meeting. The workshops are, we bumped the building administrators from today to give opening remarks about how the school year started. So that's going to be the next workshop on October 11th, I think our next meeting is. And then we have Cecilia and Anne-Marie on the later meeting that month giving a hiring process. So it'd be tough to find.
We just had a special meeting for early October, right?
For what?
We just had a special meeting for early October. What was it, October 6th? 4th. So can we put something in there?
That was basically going to be to get a legal update and executive session and waive it, but we could try.
I don't want to pack that night up with all kinds of stuff, but it presents itself as an opportunity.
I mean, alternatively, we could approve it tonight, and then when we do have the workshop with Mr. Wright, that he also includes what we're going to do next year, so that we're not, that it's more sustainable.
I make a motion to table 14.08.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Can you do roll call, Kelly?
Oh, nay. Sorry.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye. Ms. Patchen? Aye. Mr. Rakowski?
Aye.
Mr. Singh?
Nay.
Mr. Zob?
Yes.
Mrs. Gadsden?
Aye.
And Mr. White?
We forgot Mr. Wolf and Ms. Flynn.
Oh,
They're not on your list yet.
they're not. You aren't. So, Mr. Wolf?
Aye.
Ms. Flynn?
Aye.
Yes.
Mr. White?
Okay. 14.10.
14.09.
I didn't pull 14.09.
No, 1410.
Anthony?
No, Anthony said that was accepted.
14.10.
Oh, that's good.
It was accepted.
Mike.
14.10.
14.10, my feeling was that this plan is late already. It's not complete, and instead of approving something that's not complete and then going back and revising it, a living document, really need to start out with something that is more complete. And so I think that
What wasn't complete?
I didn't hear that it wasn't complete. I heard that there were some things that needed, maybe it was a living document they would add to it, but that it was suffice to submit it.
the action
Actually
plans.
not. There is a blank, there's some unanswered questions at the end.
Well, the last page, I don't think we had to answer because they were not what was the last question?
Yeah, I think there's blanks because we don't have to fill it.
They're optional.
Yeah.
So when you look at the plan, there's options that you could put in, and it doesn't have to be a full, complete plan.
But for example, we're saying increase attendance, right? But there's nothing behind it. I know, Bill, you asked the question about that. There's nothing behind it. How? Because that's something that's very important. How are we going to do it? What's the plan worth?
My question was, would the state accept it without, in its current form? And the answer
Right.
was yes.
It would because it wasn't tied to the focus.
Right, but I think our standards are, we say increase attendance. If we have a goal, then there's got to be some kind of measure and a way to get it. If you read each of those action plans, they're not telling you how you're going to achieve it. And I don't have my computer died, but some of the blocking, the barriers, how you're actually going to address or resolve the barriers.
But they say about how they're monitoring student attendance monthly.
Right, they're monitoring it. How are you going to increase parents' involvement? How are you going to increase, where's the attendance one? So my view, because we even discussed that, well, it's going to be changed, it's going to be revised because it doesn't have all those aspects.
So-
Well, why are we approving something that's not?
I can speak from being part of a lot plan in my districts and so forth. So the purpose of it, the first initial one that you create is to get the big idea, get it out there. And then what happens as the team comes together more and more, you're going to see that it gets more specific and addresses certain concerns, and you'll find where your weaknesses and strengths are as a school. And then what happens is you design it, and then the goal of a LAP is to systemically maintain it from year to year. But what happens is that this is a committee, and what ends up happening is they speak to other teachers in the school, and then they start getting ideas from not just the committee members. The committee members come up with a charge of developing an initial plan, and then what happens is that's shared with the school, and then after it's shared with the school, the teachers start talking about what they're seeing in there, and then they start coming back and sharing it with the committee members that are on there, and then it becomes more focused and streamlined. So I can tell you that being part, that was more thorough than most lab plans that are submitted to the state.
But my point is that increase attendance. What more data do you need in order to come up with a plan of how to increase attendance? You should have a plan of how you're going to do it, and they don't.
But shouldn't that be what the committee is doing? So that's their global component as to how are they going to come up with a plan to increase it? Are they going to use a big chartboard that they put when you enter the school, and they're going to say, hey, Miss Class has perfect attendance this week? There's different ways to do it, and what happens is they get the feedback from all the community members or school members, and then they come up with a charge and plan as to do it.
Are you, I'm sorry, Mr. Rutowski, is your comment and concern more about that we don't have a baseline starting point at the school level to say what does current attendance rates look like, and is that, to what extent that's having an impact on the performance of students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged students in ELA performance?
I'm just saying that if you read the barrier and you read the plan of how to address the barrier, there's really it's not describing how you're going to implement it. It's lacking. And I think there needs more work before it gets approved.
Okay.
That's my...
I think that having looked at district improvement plans and some LAP plans, one of the things that I became aware of is that it's very different than how you're expected to deliver things. Let's say how you would deliver to a client or a deliverable within your company or something. I would almost say that as a process, the way the state accepts things feels almost insincere, because they'll accept you just filling out the minimum, and as long as you promise to keep going, then that's acceptable. I think that it's up to, these areas have been identified, and what the state will accept might be different than what you or maybe other members of the board or myself would find acceptable in how we address these issues on a truly local level. We've been giving this information that this school is lacking in these ways. I think we separate two things out. One is, do we let this on an administrative level, this plan get submitted so that things can move forward, and then we plan to continue to ask and revisit this as a part of our oversight, or do we just vote the plan down and ask that they bring us something back that we feel meets our standards? I think what we're hearing is that the state will accept it, but it's different than whether we find it acceptable or not.
Yeah, in my opinion, I mean, they still have to go back and try to get the parents that are supposed and the children that are supposed to be identified with the plan, and they haven't even done that yet.
I agree. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I totally agree with what you're saying, but I actually also think, Mike, you made a really good point, which is, wouldn't this be good to apply to the entire district? And in that sense, I don't think that the state plan, I mean, the chart is pretty dry, right? But if we take this to our vision meeting and say, this is really important to us, this is a gap in our district, let's take it district-wide and address this in a more holistic way. You know, I'm not really, I think that's more important because I think that sort of thing will be more globally effective within the district. And I rather look at things in a larger picture that way, because I think even like things like graduation rate, I don't really care about the graduation rate. I care about our kids engaged in, you know, extracurricular activities or other things, because I think that's going to end up fixing those other things. And that's kind of how I feel about this, that, yeah, the plan, that's a little dry. But I think that we can take those, we can take the ideas that are good in it and try to create something that every elementary school needs and the middle and high school need as well.
Yeah, I mean, it reminded me of the district improvement plan, like what was just discussed, which was filling out a lot of information in the most, you know, rudimentary way in order to get it done, which is understandable given everything that has to happen in the district. But we've been given important feedback, especially as it relates to Sargent, that these are big gaps. I don't think that they're, I think, like what Meredith said, they are district-wide and just not maybe the same percentage as they are in Sargent. And finding out how to engage economically disadvantaged families in a successful way would benefit us across the district as a whole. It's something that we should take this feedback and make it a sincere
Make it a district goal.
Yeah.
Over.
And the plan, whether, you know, I feel like it does feel insincere to vote on something that you don't feel is robust and what you would want, but I think that it's what we do with the feedback that we've received.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I want it to be more robust, but and I pick my arguments, so I'm willing to go along with this as long as I said before that we come back and revisit this in a couple of months.
So, but one of the challenges that we struggle with, you know, maybe district-wide, and you guys talked about board goals earlier this evening, for us not having, you know, a vision and mission and connected to our core values that drives what our strategic goals are for the district is also a challenge. So this is like one small component that is a compliance-related task set by parameters the state has established, looking at the tenets of district-level leadership, school-level leadership, curriculum planning and development, instructional practice, social and emotional health of our development of our youngsters, and parent engagement, family engagement. Those are the 6 components of school improvement and effective systems of student support and educational learning. We struggle because we haven't narrowed in a focus on what do we need to strategically put our attention, our time, and our energy into, and how do we know that those are the critical factors, because we're absent data that's really driving the decision. So I can appreciate all of that part of it. We'll go with whatever direction we need to go with, you know, in this task. But that's one of the challenges of what makes this cumbersome. Because in other districts where it's clear what the overall district strategic plan is, or the comprehensive plan of the district, that helps to inform at a school level when they have a LAP plan or they have other school level planning processes, how they narrow their focus on what do we have to prioritize our time, energy, and resources to making improvement happen at a school level.
Any other discussion? I need a motion for 14.10.
Motion to approve 14.10.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
8-1. So I need a motion to...
Motion to table 15.01.
Second.
Comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Well, is there
Comments or questions?
Right, because there were some issues that we did not discuss that I found to be very important. And I know that it's 12 after midnight, and but these issues need to be addressed, so, which is confidential information that shouldn't really be discussed in executive session. So we did not touch on it nor address it, and I think that that's not a good look. As it relates to-
So make a motion.
A motion to what, go to executive session?
Sure.
Can I
amend the motion rather than to adjourn to go to executive session.
Okay, so I amend the motion to, instead of ending the meeting, go into executive session to discuss an issue related to an employee. Yes? Is that it?
Second.
Comments or questions?
If we could take a 15-minute recess, I can take my kid home and come back for the executive session.
I'm not taking it.
Hopefully we'll be out of here. I feel so bad for
Any other discussion about it? So this is the motion to adjourn, to go into executive session.
Is there any way that this could, I know we have our special meeting, can this waive the special meeting? And we can be given.
I don't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, no, she's talking about the one that we pulled, that we were talking about earlier.
But I'm talking specifically to an issue that already exists in the district that we have several emails on that I asked for information to come so that I could review it. And I did not get a response on that. Instead, I was told that we would discuss it, and I in turn said that I would like to see it for myself to read what was presented. So it's related to an employee in the district.
But if you're asking for information, we don't have it, right?
I don't know if we have it. I asked for it. I didn't get it.
All right, so the motion was to go to executive session. All those in favor?
Well, do we have the information, right? Because that's what we need. That's the important component. So was the
All right,
information
thank
brought?
We'll find out when we're in executive session.
All those in favor to go to executive session?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed.
And the board is not expecting to take any action afterwards?